What is that from?
From this little show you might have heard of called Looney Tunes.
Prostate exam.
I don't know. Okay, prostate. I know prostate exams. I got one of those one time.
Clanky, can I ask, is that a melodica?
It is a melodica, yes.
Okay. You want to know? You want to know the thing that's? You want to know the thing that cinched it for me?
What? Me going. Dude, I can't help it. It's so hard. I don't know how wind players do it, man.
I think I might have been consumed by my own thing that I didn't hear the payoff to that joke.
The exaggeration was what really made it.
Yeah, you weren't actually.
Steve, I still can't hear you. I need one of you to calmly
The
explain
melodic is going away, and it's not coming out unless the world is ending. I can't do this anymore.
I'm lightheaded now. I can't do this.
I only listen to approximately 50% of what anyone says.
That's a high number compared to me.
What do you say we get the show on the road, gang?
I'm the host. I decide when we get the show on the road.
I don't know. If we get the show on the road, we won't be friends anymore.
Listen up, everyone. This isn't gonna be your grandma's yearlies today. I run this fucking joint. This is my box physical stance.
That's exactly how Nickelodeon fucking advertises shit, though. Sometimes, right? Like, this isn't your.
No, you know what it is. You know what it is, Mick. Nickelodeon advertises every new episode of any TV show like it's this big special, when really it's just any other normal episode.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I just gotta say before I do this, it's been an honor to be nominated to say the yearlies tonight, and I'd like to thank.
We didn't nominate you.
I'd like to thank Jordan for saying the yearlies most of those other times, because he gave me the inspiration and the fire and passion in my heart to go through with what I'm going to go through with tonight.
Uh-oh.
You know, when I was born, I never really thought...
You weren't born. We all know this.
I was fucking created in a lab.
I'm joking. I'm joking, because let's be honest here. If there was one of us who wasn't going to be born, it'd be Graham.
He's not. Okay, that pick doesn't work anymore. He's not here.
I will slay you where you stand.
I've been slayed before. It's not a great time.
Ooh, saucy. Anyway, I'll probably do the thing now. All right. I've rehearsed. Figaro. Okay. Whew. Hello, everyone, and welcome to... There's blood! There's blood! And welcome to the yearlies.
I really hope that was going to go on for another 30 seconds and nobody speaks. It's just Kristen slowly dying and nobody has the courage to ask him if he's okay.
Excuse me, though. This is the Showlies. You're gonna have to do that again, Chief.
That was the part out of everything that just happened.
He is right, Christian. We were not lax on Clanky when he fucked it up. You need to get it right.
You weren't.
Out of everything that just happened, that was the part that okay. All right.
He is right, man.
All right. But you know what? When I was born, I always thought that one day I could.
You motherfucker.
All right.
We're gonna serve.
Figaro, mama.
Christian, you get 10 more seconds.
Oh, what do I do? What do I do?
Fucking ice here, bub.
Okay. How many seconds are left?
All right, Captain
5,
Underpants.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Showlies!
All right.
When the cut of this video goes up, can we please get that on the soundboard of Christian going Showlies?
This is a super exciting night, and I'll tell you why. Because ordinarily, we have a set group of original 6 cast members who will go to first to see who wants to do a show. And nobody wanted to do a Nickelodeon Showlies, so we broke it down even further. And we went to Vinny, because, he's our backup. And Vinny didn't want to do a fucking Showlies, so we're in third-tier territory. But third-tier territory has created our first ever collaboration project. So for the first time ever, from the That's Not Quite All Folks podcast, introducing Jordan!
Thanks, it's great.
That's a weird way of saying
You're really helping Marc's self-esteem, Taylor.
And Marc is here too.
I mean, Marc's a
Hi,
regular,
I'm Marc.
honestly, so.
The Yearlies have slowly lost their credibility, so they hired me to gain me some of theirs.
The truth is, we have shafted Marc out of doing this so many times that we were overdue. Jordan has made it no secret.
I was the first person in any one of the Showlies to go, you know what's really funny? Jordan doing riffs while the other person dies inside.
Yeah, or
He knew it
outside.
first.
You know how many times Christian has backseat hosted the rest of us?
Yeah.
I hosted the first 3 yearlies. I know what
Yeah,
it's like.
Jordan hosted the first 3 yearlies. You just did the
I
monologue.
didn't know how to
just
do
did
it.
the hosting job.
All right, it's okay. Do your
Anyway,
thing, man.
it's my popsicle stand now, so I get to choose the movie.
Kumquats, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm gonna stop trying to be funny for a little bit. We need to do Showlies. This is the Nickelodeon Showlies. Any show that appeared on Nickelodeon is here, I think. I don't really know. I didn't make the fucking rules for this. So, usually, Marc, what we like to do is we like to start off by going through every single participant here, and they give their experience with either, Nickelodeon or whatever fucking thing we're doing. They give their experience with Nickelodeon. I grew up with Nickelodeon, and I love Spongebob. And then they list off their honorable mentions. So, Marc, why don't you go first, actually?
Oh, damn.
All right. Well, my experience with Nickelodeon is that I was born in 1995. So that means my upbringing was kind of past the first generation of Nickelodeon. Like, I grew up with Rugrats. It was there. I watched Doug. Didn't really care for that.
So true.
Ren and Stimpy was just discount Looney Tunes for me, so I didn't really care about them. Though the shows I did care about, are the ones I'm finding tonight. So like Hey Arnold, and especially the Fairly Odd Parents. That was my jam. Yeah, also have some more mentions here. Kablam, which was a crazy sketch animated show.
Yeah, was that a show or was that like a series of commercials?
It was a
No,
show. It was a series of,
Kablam was
shorts.
like it's like a variety show. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. I put down here all grown up. I put this down here as a chaotic choice because that show sucks.
Hell yes.
I think it's okay. I don't think it's as bad as everyone makes it out to
The
be.
best episodes were the ones where they, it's so funny because we're in this culture now of, oh, you're pandering to nostalgia. Don't do that. That's lazy. All Grown Up did it first. Their best episodes are the ones where they're like, remember Reptar?
Yeah.
Remember Cynthia?
Things that were good about
Yeah,
the
remember
Rugrats.
Reptar? Yeah, let's do a parody of Poltergeist.
Okay, that sounds really cool. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what they did. They did a parody of Poltergeist.
I think it was just really cool that they let Dill talk.
Yeah.
And
It'd be great if he still couldn't talk.
Or like Maggie.
I mean, I liked Dill. That's the end of the statement.
The motherfucker's name was Dill Pickle. Like, are we acknowledging that?
Crazy.
Oh,
How
no,
do you go
dude.
through life with that, man?
I bring this up because my sister loved this band, loved the show. Big Time Rush.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not that bad of a show.
Interesting.
It gets annoying when you're living with someone who's obsessed with them.
Yeah,
Here's
I
something,
had
yeah.
seen the show as well. It has it's funny.
It's a
funny
Scott
enough.
Fellows cartoon, live action cartoon, so it has its moments.
I always really like the producer guy because I remember
Yeah.
this
He's all I
one
remember.
joke.
He's great.
There's this one joke for the show where it's the stupidest joke in the world. Like, he's going through all of his record labels, and it's like, my record labels, girl power, and girl of the century. And then one of the Big Time Rush members makes this really bad joke where he goes up to it. It's like, when are you going to make our record label? In the next girlenium. And then apparently the producer gets so mad that he causes a 4.9 earthquake on the Richter scale.
Yeah.
Sure. Fine.
Let me put it this way,
Fabio
Marc.
was a recurring character.
Oh, that's crazy.
She was. Yes, he was. And because it's a Scott Fellows show, so you had Fairly Odd Parent voice actors coming in to do cameos and bit parts. So it it was fun. And the group's still touring today. I know, because my sister always goes to the shows.
The songs
If it
were
was
not
the Naked
horrible.
Brothers band, I'd be very angry. That's all.
No, fuck them.
Yes, and also very quickly, honorable. They bought the rights to air it, so it doesn't really count selections. They
That's gonna
aired.
develop it later.
They aired Looney Tunes on Nickelodeon for a brief moment before Cartoon Network got the rights. On Nicktoons Network, they showed Animaniacs,
Good.
Tiny Toon Adventures, and a certain show. Should I bring this up now?
You can bring it up now, yeah.
And a certain show called Cornel and Bernie.
O'Neill and Bernie.
I
Now-
am a dog.
Watch my chops, Bernie.
Oh, I was gonna piggyback off of
Incredibly bright.
I can talk, read, and write.
I genuinely, until there was actually an IMDb page, I genuinely thought that all of you were in on this because I had never heard of the show before, and I thought you guys were punking me.
They're
Maybe
too
the show
specific-
did not exist.
They're too specific of names to make up.
Let
You
me
never know, man.
let me be very clear that the only thing I remember from that TV show is the theme song because it's a
Oh,
kid
yeah.
theme song.
It is a good theme song.
By the way, I would like to point out that Marc, since we're done with Marc's entries, I would like to just point out that Marc has continued Graham's legacy.
Oh yes,
Of not unspoiling his
not
entries.
unspoiling the entries.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate
I
it.
like to be mysterious.
It's always
It's a better reason than Graham gave.
I don't know. Graham has evolved way past just not unspoilering things. Graham is just the fucking guy who changes his font every year.
Yes, and he just does more and more things that try and screw with you.
Well, Christian,
Like-
Oh, do I get to pick the
You should
one?
tell
Popcorn.
Mark has
You
to
should-
popcorn
you
somebody.
should, yeah.
Mark,
I was waiting for
All
Christian
right,
to tell him
then
to
I'll
popcorn someone.
popcorn the person to my right. Jordan, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Favoritism.
You're damn right.
Geography wins in the end.
You're damn fucking right.
I talked about this briefly in the Cartoon Network one, but because I grew up mostly watching Cartoon Network, and then around the mid 2000s, I'm like, I might need to eventually check out this Nickelodeon network. There's probably one or two good things going around here. Also, because everybody in school was making copious amounts of SpongeBob references, and I'm like, okay, what is going on? And I would. There were one or two shows I was vaguely aware of in the early 2000s. One of which actually ended up on the list. But I sort of slowly became more and more of a Nick person during the mid 2000s and consumed a lot of the shows that both made the bracket and are in my honorable mentions. So everything's here, I think.
Yeah, everything's
No,
here.
no, 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 no.
Shut the fuck
All
up.
right. So I don't have any honorable mentions. All right, Popcorn Taylor.
This is actually really exciting for me because, first of all, when I first proposed doing the Showlies, I'm like, can we start with Nickelodeon? And you guys were like, yeah, I didn't
No.
watch Nickelodeon. I was flabbergasted
I
because
really wasn't paying enough attention when you
Well,
said that because
yeah. But like anyone who like participated, Graham was like, eh, and then he was like, I saw SpongeBob and the
It's-
Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob
That's me,
and
though.
SpongeBob. So I was like really scared we weren't going to do this because I watched Nickelodeon. Like I watched tons of Cartoon Network, but Nickelodeon was my primary show. This was everything to me as a kid. Getting home, Slime Time Live.
Oh yeah,
that
thick boy.
That fucking Nick pick thing where they had the dude Brent and he was doing fan picks and then there were these commercial segments now for 10 seconds with Brent. Fucking when all that did their Snick nights on Saturday night and we had on air dare where they would lock 3 people in test tubes to like fucking be covered in cow snot or
God.
sumo wrestle in pea soup. I mean, this was my shit, man. Maybe part of that is because, and this really isn't a joke. My dad is something of a teacher salesman, which is to say he provides the teachers for on-set child actors. So he worked and continues to work very closely with the live-action Nickelodeon productions. So back in the day, he would go out onto the sets and he would get me autographs. So I have autographs from the Ned's Declassified people and the iCarly people. My favorite is my autographs from Drake and Josh because Josh Peck wrote me this super nice thing, and Drake's was just, Taylor, keep watching.
I mean,
That is
Which
so
is
indicative
so-
of both of them.
Which is it holds up so well now.
Yeah.
It does.
kind of crazy
Yeah.
that Drake almost performed at Purchase once.
Yeah, so glad he
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go into the credits of the Amanda Show, for example, you'll find Dad Taylorson.
God, I should have looked for that when I watched. Damn.
Yeah,
I
think
bet you
it's- I think
that's
it's-
going to be the weirdest connection made tonight.
Nope.
No.
I've got a weirder connection.
Me too.
So
That's
yeah,
not
I am nuts for Nickelodeon. Some stuff that's not on the bracket. I like Cat Dog. I don't think I watched a ton of Cat Dog, but it's more so the idea of Cat Dog has just always.
Cat
I
dog is a
mean-
concept.
How does Cat Dog work? And like the idea is that like
Okay.
because they have no exit, the other's mouth is the exit, and Winslow is there, and Winslow. It's a weird show. Marc bashed Doug earlier, and I watched it all very recently, actually, and I like it. I like saw an episode or two as a kid.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
It's not like it didn't blow me away or anything, but there are just some things that I think Roger is the most exaggerated bully in the world to the point that it's like, hey, funny. Oh, you're more like Doug Funny.
Yeah.
So
I
true.
mean, it's ridiculous. And then I always earnestly rooted for Doug and Patty Mayonnaise to be together because everyone did.
Oh, yeah.
iCarly is on here because I watched it a lot.
Who didn't?
Yeah, I mean, look, Jerry, I have their autographs too, right? So, my sister was only ever talked about Jerry Trainer, and I do feel like the cast is not equal. I don't think Miranda Cosgrove is that good in it. I'm sorry.
Oof, bad take. L take. It's okay. I forgive you.
I think when she's her character is that she tries way too hard to be funny, and I'm just not into it.
But is she
But,
Doug funny?
But they do go to a smoothie store, and there's this dude who's trying to sell every single piece of food on a stick. I just remember he has a pickle on a stick. It's like, you want to buy a
No, no, please.
Sorry. I'm having my she's no Jose Carioca moment.
What killed you?
Pickle on a stick is an improv.
But is she Doug funny?
All right.
No
If you didn't want me to
one
talk
is
about
funny.
iCarly, all you had to do was say so.
I don't know what that one got me. Sorry to interrupt.
It's
Pickle
okay.
on a stick.
Oh yeah, honestly, the pickle on the
On a
stick sent me.
Oh, I love Jeff Dunham.
No.
We
Just
are
buy
gonna
a
do
bell
Jeff
pepper.
Dunhamleys.
No.
I didn't watch a lot of the old All That, but I did watch when the new cast started to roll in. Not like the 2020 cast, but back when it was still in the early 2000s. What was his name? Kyle Sullivan. That group, Jack DeSena. That group of people. That show also had a big thing with pickles because there was a pickle guy and he just had this tray of pickles and he didn't talk. He would just nod with a smile whenever someone referenced him. It's like, hey, it's pickle guy.
Pickles are funny.
Yeah, I mean,
This is true.
There's
It's-
a K sound in them, and the K is an inherently funny letter.
what else do I have here?
Not
Shock
three of them.
Zone. Shock Zone. This was so close to getting on the bracket actually. But it's just shy of it. I think Shock Zone was a ton of fun. Rudy, you gotta draw something.
It's a good character voice. That's
I
true,
mean,
but not
that's
much
not
else other
what
than that, in my opinion.
It wasn't a revolutionary show or anything, but I just like the idea that magic chalk, draw anything,
It was cool.
scribble knots the show.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and then I actually didn't really. I mean, okay, Cat Scratch I actually did like, but I don't remember anything about it, which is why it's in the mention category. Kind of same with Angry Beavers. Although, fun fact, I did attend a barbecue with the creator of the Angry Beavers.
I thought you were gonna say. I have an autograph from one of the beavers.
No, I
Contrary to what the show would imply, he's actually really nice.
I spent the summer in Martha's Vineyard, and I was at a barbecue, and this dude just came up to me and was like, "Hey, I made the Angry Beavers. Do you want to watch a DVD of my show?" I took it.
The Angry Beavers attended my bar mitzvah.
I took it home with me, and I'm like, "Yeah, this show's good."
Beaver saved my life.
I always loved the Angry Beavers theme song, but like I had never seen the show. Rocket Power's bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think Rocket Power was a super stupid show.
I second that.
And I just watched a lot of it, so I had to just acknowledge that I saw a lot of it. And I don't know, Wild Thornberrys I don't think is bad, but like it's not something I would easily want to go back to. Outside of I don't know, Tim Curry is fun, but like
Tim Curry's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and like even then, it's not my favorite Tim Curry thing. I didn't grow up thinking it was Tim Curry. It's just I don't know. It was one of those shows that was like a full 30-minute episode, and I'm like, it's just too long for this show. Yeah. So I really like Nickelodeon. Is the brunt of it. So Nickelodeon likes me. I feel like I usually popcorn to mix, so I'm gonna popcorn a Clanky.
Or why don't you just stick with tradition?
Nah. So on my for Nickelodeon itself, I can't say that I was ever the biggest Nickelodeon fan. I do really like a lot of their shows, but I have a lot more respect for Nickelodeon than I do like love for them, only because like I feel like that they really got the animation industry out of the rut that it was in the 80s, in my opinion. I don't think a lot of 80s animation holds up very well, and I think that when Nickelodeon premiered, you know, it's the 3 big Nicktoons or whatever, it was a big deal for the animation industry. I guess I wouldn't know entirely because I wasn't alive then, but either way, all that to say, I was more of a Cartoon Network kid myself, so I can't wait for when we do the Cartoon Network leads. I have plenty to say there, but unfortunately...
I'm excited too.
Wait, Clanky.
Yeah? Yes, can I help you, Taylor?
No, I just can't tell if he's being serious or not.
I have never been serious in my life, Taylor. Come on. So,
I disassociated for a second there. What did I miss?
So anyway, that being said, I do like Nickelodeon, and there are definitely some shows that I like. Here are ones that I like not as much. I guess I'll go from the bottom. Fucking Blue's Clues. Am I right? What a baller show. I have nothing more to say.
We had to exclude Nick Jr. shows for the purposes of this.
Are we
Right.
Right. Okay, so
wow, whoopsie.
No. Oh, I meant to say that's why it was in your honorable mentions and not on the bracket.
Peppa Pig
I understand.
Twice.
Well, it's gone anyway, so
I left
we'll
a
go.
bunch of things out of my honorable mentions because of that.
Yeah. So
I had like shit like Maggie and the Beast on my list.
Oh yeah.
fucking great googly moogly. I can't
Yes,
believe
let's
you
go,
just said
boys.
Maggie and the Beast. Okay, Fairly Odd Parents is on the bracket. Kablam, we did kind of just talk about it, but shout out to Action League Now. Loved that shit. The Mighty Bee, I think, gets a lot of flack. It was, in my opinion, a show that's comedy, was very similar to Spongebob, which I think we've all heard of. I think that if you did not like The Mighty Bee, you should give it a second chance, because it's actually pretty funny. Legends of the Hidden Temple, is that on the bracket?
That is on the bracket.
It is.
All right, I won't say anything. Real Monsters, my favorite Klasky Chupo show. I love these little weird gremlin things. They're
Hang
great.
on, Clanky, your favorite Klasky Chupo show?
That we're not counting The Simpsons, all right? The Simpsons is barely a Klasky Chupo show.
This is my favorite Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, Real Monsters has the best use of the Howie scream I've ever heard in my life. Only second to Serial Mom, 1997.
Like you said the name, you wrong though. But I would say it myself, but I don't want to peek the mic, so you need to say it.
The scream, yeah.
Perfect.
The Amanda Show is on the bracket. iCarly is my favorite show by the guy who shall not be named. I think that it was a lot of fun. I was really into the drama. The bomb's going off in the back. But,
yeah, Schneider's Bakery.
uh-oh.
Just explode.
But yeah, iCarly was my favorite show of that ilk. I really enjoyed the characters. I thought that any show that made me care about the romance of two characters, I think, is a show that's doing something right. And iCarly made me want Sam and Freddie to get together. Anyway, Making Fiends. I bet none of you have heard of Making Fiends.
Told me about this one.
Making Fiends. Loretta's always making fiends.
Her name's
Charlotte.
you fake fan. It's okay. I forgive you.
What was your name then?
Vendetta.
Vendetta. Oh.
Her name is Vendetta,
Charlotte.
yeah.
But Charlotte tries to make friends. I remember Charlotte.
Yes,
course,
and
everyone
Charlotte's
remembers
making
Charlotte,
friends.
yeah.
You see, because Vendetta's not a fucking name. That's why Clanky. Okay, I
Yeah,
assumed it
of
was
course,
a name. I
of
assumed she
course.
was a human who was given a name, not a concept like cat dog.
Don't you say shit about cat dog.
Listen, you cannot mistake which one is cat and which one is dog. I'll give it that.
I remember back in the day, Clanky, you showed me Making Fiends. I don't remember why, but you did. Yeah.
It's a fun show. It was made, so it started off as a web show, and then it got picked up by Nickelodeon, and they bought the rights to it and everything. So now the original creator cannot make any more Making Fiends. It's actually very sad. But Making Fiends was an incredible show. It has some of the most blunt humor I've ever heard in my life. Like I don't know off the top of my head, but Charlotte will come up to Vendetta and go, "Vendetta, I'm having such a great day today." And Vendetta will go, "It would be better if you killed yourself," or some shit.
Got away with it?
I mean, listen, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but that's pretty much what the humor of the show was. And then Rocko's Modern Life is on the bracket. So.
Can I say I have I could actually give a quote to actually give you an idea.
Okay, please do.
The show is like, yeah.
You have to do the voices for the characters.
Okay, I'll try. I remember Vendetta. I don't remember Charlotte though. That's the problem.
Charlotte sounded like this.
Okay,
Way to go.
You are wasting my fiend. Sing! But Vendetta, what can I do if a kitty is stranded up high and I want to get it down? You could shoot it. Or you could throw puppies at it until it loses its grip. Or you could do nothing. I am sure the kitten will get weak with hunger and fall down by itself.
Oh, such a good show. Like, honestly, I kind of regret that it's not on the bracket, but what can I do at this point?
Considering how much this is making people laugh, I think if it was on the bracket, it'd be even bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we can only go downhill from here.
Making Fiends was a fantastic show. But yeah, that's it for my honorable mentions. So I guess I will popcorn. Mick!
Let's go for it.
Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong, Christian?
I'm sorry.
I think he's still laughing at the, it would be great if you...
No. You know... No, this is the phenomenon where you laugh really hard at something and then you start thinking about how hard you laughed at that thing and that makes you laugh hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that is absolutely me and the Arthur asks bit.
Oh god.
I think that's what happened. That's more or less what happened to me earlier with the she dog funny.
Okay, I think it's finally passed. Mick, you can go.
Okay.
She's no Jose karaoke.
Much like Taylor said, I'm way more of a Nickelodeon person than I pretty much was anything else. That's not true, but of like the big three, Disney, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, I was definitely a more Nickelodeon guy. In terms of like watching shows. And so like, I mean, this is one of the rare times where like I have honorable mentions almost longer or as long as Taylor. Which is
almost never happens.
Jordan, edit in the bro handshake thing
from Predator.
Yes, absolutely.
That's where it's from.
Yeah, so what's going on? iCarly, less said about that the better.
Wait.
Cat Scratch.
Cat Scratch.
I quoted Waffle more times than I would care to admit when I was a kid. Okay. All those people who clearly have never seen Cat
sorry.
Scratch.
I had to remember which one Waffle was.
I still don't.
I got out of the
Was it
way
the
when I moved
Scottish
those stupid rocks out of the way.
Yeah.
The moon rocks that we came to the moon for. Maybe it wasn't a good show.
All right. Anyway, Double Dare, great game show. Have to mention it. Zoe 101.
You skipped Penguins of Madagascar.
Oh, I did skip Penguins of Madagascar. Penguins of Madagascar, an adaptation of the Penguins of Madagascar with them at the zoo. And things happened in the show.
Yeah, certainly.
You're right. I don't know why I made you go back for it. Honestly.
Thanks. Yeah. Zoe 101. Interesting show.
Yeah.
That I watched quite a bit of. For some reason,
Did you see the movie?
No, I didn't. The thing that I have the clearest memory of is the sushi place. The running gag with the sushi place.
Was that a running gag? I only saw one sushi episode.
No. Well, no. As in, the guys they worked at the sushi place on campus, and they did that in every episode.
They did that in every episode. Okay, no, I thought that was
always worked at the sushi place. Anyway.
And they kill the sushi chef.
Yeah, they pretend to, and hide his body and flee to Mexico. This is an actual episode. I'm not making this up. It's because Chase, I believe the guy's name was, hides a camera in a.
No, that was Logan. Chase
Logan,
was the good one.
That's right. Logan hides a camera in a stuffed bear in order to spy on the girls, they pretend to have committed a murder in order to get him to admit it.
And then he goes and gets the dean out of the shower, but I'm shampooing.
You remember this episode way better than I do.
That was I watched a lot of season 1. As soon as they actually started the romance arc, I stopped.
Okay.
Not because I wasn't into it. It just was it was just timing.
Gotcha. All right. Cornel and Bernie, a hilarious show about a talking dog.
Oh my god.
Totally exists.
Can he talk, read, and write?
Yes.
Can he do a flip?
Can he surf the web all of the day and all of the night?
Can I wash his chops?
Can he walk through walls, disappear, and fly?
No, that's a different show.
We'll get to that one. Yeah.
Is he
next
just an
up
average dog?
Yeah. What's going on? Then Kappa Mikey.
How dare you?
Okay, yeah, sure. Kappa Mikey's a show I have a lot of. I liked this show when I was younger. I really liked this show when I was younger.
I honestly thought you were going to put it in the top 3.
No, because I acknowledge that it's not that great of a show, but it does have a very. I love the concept of it. Is well executed. It's an interesting idea and well executed. The idea of the show is basically it's about an American who gets. It's about an American who wins a contest to become the main character in a Japanese television show. But it's animated, and so they animated the American characters in an American style, and then the Japanese characters are all anime characters.
Oh, okay.
It's really interesting how they do that, and they kind of play with certain anime tropes that he can't do. He can't hold facial expressions for a long period of time, shit like that. Anyway, yep, everything else was on the bracket. Cool, we're done.
Now it's my turn to give my. So while we were doing this entire thing, I had to hold back from laughing every 20 seconds because I kept thinking back to, why don't you kill yourself? It was so hard to keep my composure. But me and Nickelodeon, it's not that we necessarily have a rocky relationship. I watched a lot of Nickelodeon. The problem is I watched the one show on Nickelodeon. I wonder if you can guess what it is. Spoiler alert, it's not the Amanda Show. But
dude, I already told you George Lopez is Nick at Night. It can't be on the bracket.
Wait, okay, I'm glad you said it was disqualified, because if you said that George Lopez could have been on this bracket, I would be a participant right now.
That's right, you have seen a lot of George Lopez. That was not random what I just did.
I got this!
Throwback to 9th grade when Christian did his biography project on George Lopez.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? In 9th grade English, we had to do a biography project on a person's biography that we found in the library. I did mine on Howard Stern because, for whatever reason, there was a book. There was an autobiography in our high school of Howard Stern, and then Christian chose George Lopez.
Oh, yeah. Taylor has that biography. His dad turned into a lamp, if I remember correctly.
I have no memory of this.
Books.
What? Wait, what did you say, Taylor?
I completely forgot that I told you that. So when you brought that out, I'm like, did you snoop on my private my family history? Why do you know that?
No, we were over.
I no, I'm sorry. I'm going to be spending the entire year trying to remember my George Lopez biography. But yeah, there are only 2 shows in this bracket that I really gave a lot of my time, and then 2 other shows that I watched quite a bit, but didn't feel passionate enough to weigh in on. And then the rest are, these are all probably good. I respect Nickelodeon a lot, but I was a Cartoon Network kid through and through, and that's why I'm here hosting tonight. It's good to be back, everyone. It's good to be back since the first 3 yearlies and 1/3 of the 2006 yearlies. So I guess we can get started. Are you ready? No, sorry, that's later. That's later. Okay. All right. Let's head directly into the first round. Taylor was an average kid that no one understands. Jordan, Marc, and Clanky always giving him to best. Ben Swerp going into the Yearly's channel. Talk about Nickelodeon. Taylor put up the Fairly Odd Parents. Marc also put up the Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes, I did.
Then we have it's going up against My Life as a Teenage Robot, which was submitted by Clanky.
Well, Christian, as a consequence of what you just did, can I dictate who goes first?
No. So who likes to go first?
I'm going to do it anyways. Clanky, we can talk about Teenage Robot, but I demand to talk about Fairly Odd Parents first. Hang on a second.
Stop. Okay. In fact. Tell me when you're ready to start.
You guys can hear me okay, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Okay. So listen, man. I fucking love the Fairly Odd Parents. It is a show that is exploding with color and wit and creativity. Each episode utilizes Timmy's wishes to just create. I mean, the show is just it's just an endless monkey's paw, and what I like about it is how they can grant every wish, but because of Joe rules, they always keep you from just ex machinaing the wishes away. So they actually have to fucking get clever with it. Like, oh, I created a world with robots that came to life. I can't wish the robots away. Guess I have to give the mother brain freeze. I just think that the way that Timmy Turner comes up with his solutions are just always immensely entertaining, and go to the degree of they are exploding with ideas. We go into the internet or video games. We become the smartest or most wanted man on earth. There's just all these amazing scenarios that I think a 10-year-old would actually want. And ultimately, it's the snappy humor of the show that I think puts it on the top for me. I think that there is this degree of wit that is so poignant that just works here that it doesn't work in every other show. And gosh, man, Cosmo and Wanda have such great lines. Jorgen von Strangle has great lines. And then, of course, man, dude, Timmy's dad is fucking... I'm
respecting your privacy by knocking, but asserting my authority by coming in anyway.
He's such a wonderful idiot. He's so fun to watch.
He's so good.
Oh, don't you dare worry, Timmy. All my dreams were crushed years ago. When? How old are you?
How old are you?
And then, of course, Dinkelberg.
There's so many great...
And the side characters that exist are just these amazing jokes through just existing. Doug Dimmadome, Ober of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. I'm Chet You Betcha, and I'm voiced by Captain Quark from Ratchet and Clank. And then we got Marc the Alien, not to be confused with Marc the Alien, who's on our show.
He's from
Chester
here.
and AJ, who was Frankie Muniz for a hot minute. And Timmy himself is just full of this self-awareness, and as he's surrounded by overinflated exaggerations of people, and just tries to navigate the chaos. And then there's one more character who I'm having a tough time remember. I'm sorry, guys. The door is knocking. No, I'm doing a yearlies. I'm not going to answer it. All right, fine. Oh shit! Oh my God, no! What are you doing? Give me the mic. Give me the mic. All right, worthless Schneider kissers who call themselves the Yearlies, it has clearly come to my attention that Mr. Taylor has done nothing to highlight the true purposes of what this show is about. No more! For yes, it is I, actual real Denzel Crocker, and not at all
Holy
Taylor doing
shit.
an uncomplicated bit, hypocritical
Special
complaints
guest.
about Nick's ventriloquism. Here to explain how I, Denzel Crocker, am the hero of the show, Fairly Odd Parents. And I'm only now just realizing that my mic is going to completely sabotage my voice.
Don't
It's gonna
worry,
be
you're
fun,
coming
man.
in good so far.
You see, it all started many years ago when Mr. Hartman and I were in a writing room. Explained how the show was about me and my countless pursuits to hunt fairies. After all, I'm clearly the most qualified character. I have a secret Crocker cave, all the cool magic hunting gadgets, and I'm clearly part of the best episodes. Remember when I tried to hunt fairies on the
You're
internet
pretty
and my
much
own
Batman.
viruses ate my files, and then I wore a dress that made me feel pretty? Remember when I was half man, half cheese? Remember when I teamed up with Norm Macdonald and went on Looney Tunes style
hell yeah.
escapades?
Yes.
That's actually a good episode.
I mean, seriously, who said this show got bad after Poof? Was it Jordan?
No.
I think it was me.
Well,
Oh,
good.
maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's good. I'm glad. All of this is clearly to say that Mr. Taylor has no right to vote. And that is why I, Denzel Crocker, will be taking over all Fairly Odd Parents-related votes. Don't like it? F! Okay, you can have the mic back, worthless peon. Guys, that was like really scary. He just duct taped my mouth and threw me in a box of trash.
He must be our one
We've all
fan.
been there.
It's crazy.
He
dude.
must be
just
our
kind of-
one viewer.
He's just
He's
sitting
the
in the
one viewer.
he's
Yeah,
just
because
sitting
our
in the
other
corner.
viewer is here as well.
He's just
Hi,
sitting in the
Marc.
corner staring at me
Hi.
menacingly. It's like, I don't know how he got here, but when we get to the votes, Christian, any Fairly Odd Parents related votes, don't call for me. Call for Crocker.
I'll do my best.
All right,
Let's
no,
see. You'll hear
Christian,
remember the bit.
this is now a hostage scenario. You don't really have a choice.
I have nothing to lose.
I have plenty to lose.
So, very quickly, so the Fairly Parents that I honestly forgot about is that there's actually a lot of, no pun intended, about their creator's last name, but there is a lot of heart in the show. There are episodes where where Timmy's parents aren't being subjective assholes that actually do care about Timmy. There's
Absolutely.
an episode I saw today about where Timmy essentially creates LinkedIn.
Oh yeah.
He creates Indeed.com for his dad to get a cool job. And like the whole thing is that Timmy's dad's doing all this, and all he wants is for Timmy to view him as a cool dad, has a good job, that he's proud of him. And I'm just going like, I didn't know they cared this much.
Yeah. You know, before the money got involved. I
Yeah,
think,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. But the show had a soul at one point. I don't know where it went. I like to believe it was when the dog came in.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know. I haven't seen past when the dog came in. I would like to believe I would not find it as egregious as everybody else makes it out to be, honestly. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Because Poof was all right.
Yeah, I was fine with Poof.
I fucking
Yeah.
hate Poof,
All
dude.
right. We can move on to the other one, I think.
Poof probably hates you.
Good. My life is usual.
Okay. Well, here's the interesting thing about the Nickelodeon shows that I've put on this bracket, and that is that I really don't have a lot to say about a lot of these shows, except, yeah, it was pretty funny. I like the characters. So, for My Life as a Teenage
I
Robot,
might be able to go to bat for it a bit.
I can help too, yeah.
I can definitely do like enough. You guys
Okay.
want to come in, then come in. But like I can give the show justice. I fear. So
You
the
fear?
show, I whatever, man. My Life as a Teenage Robot is a show about XJ9, or as she likes to be called, Jenny. She is as the name implies, a teenage robot who was created by the Dr. Noreen Nora Wakeman. And then she also ends up befriending a neighbor kid named Brad, his little brother Tuck, and this little nerd incel that we respect in this house named Sheldon.
He wasn't.
I
Listen,
will not hear any Sheldon slander.
Don't call me out like
Listen,
this.
I am not. I agree with you, Mick. We do not slander Sheldon in this house, but I call it like I see it. He's an incel. he wants to fuck a stainless steel robot, okay? And they make they don't shy away from that at all. The man is attracted to metal. And, I mean, more power to him, I suppose. And that really is it for the main cast, as far as I remember. But I do remember there being a lot of very fun side characters. This being a show about a robot, there are a lot of robots that show up. And we can talk about Vexus, the person who wants to take over the world and, like, lead a robot empire with the cluster, right? We can talk about that one guy who is actually, spoiler alert, Sheldon's secret, like, disguise, which is, like, another superhero.
Oh, the
One of my
Shell?
favorite characters, yes, the Silver Shell, thank you, I forgot his name. And, the one character, though, that I really want to highlight, and I think he only showed up a few times, was a little boy named Kilgore. He was a tiny little wind-up robot that wanted to destroy everyone. But the problem is that he's the size of, like, a tiny wind-up toy. And the instant he's done being wound up is the instant he stops functioning. He ceases to be. And it's that kind of humor that the show has, I think, is really... it's just really something special. I feel like the look of the show and the humor that it had was something that we didn't really see in a lot of other Nickelodeon Nicktoons. Especially the style.
Retro.
I was actually just gonna mention that. Yeah, the art style of the show is inspired by, like, 50s and 60s, like futuristic art. This is a show where it's... How do I say this? It's like if you made a show in the 50s and said, this is what the future will look like. That's what My Life as a Teenage Robot looks like. And I think that that's really, really cool. The guy who created the show, Rob Renzetti, he hasn't really done a lot recently as far as creating. I know he works a lot on a lot of different shows. Especially like today. Like he
is absolutely one of those like within the industry, he's a bigger deal than
absolutely
outside.
Yeah, so he's mainly a producer. He was one of the producers for Gravity Falls.
Yeah, he was also currently executive producing Big City Greens. I'm not going to tell you it's a good show, but it's underrated. It's an underrated show. I think it's cute.
Prior to My Life as a Teenage Robot, he was actually working on. He actually had a role in Whatever Happened to Robot Jones.
Yeah.
And then immediately after that, he launched into My Life as a Teenage Robot. So clearly, he has a subject he likes.
He also has favoritism for sure. Fuck you.
Yeah. He also worked on a pilot called Mina and the Count, which was strikingly very similar to Billy and Mandy, in the sense that it's like a little girl and she's friends with Count Dracula. I don't know if it's actually Dracula, but it is a vampire, and I don't think that show got more than a pilot. But all this to say, Rob Renzetti is a fantastic creator, and I wish that he would just create another dang show, because if it would be any good, or if it would be as good as My Life as a Teenage Robot, I would be satisfied. That being said, unfortunately, I can't really talk much about My Life as a Teenage Robot, because what I remember from it is it looks nice. It was funny. There was an episode where Jenny leads a robot rebellion in a parody of Disney World, where she essentially leads all the animatronics to not be, not be slaves, quote unquote, to the humans. And rather than the episode ending how you would expect, rather than the episode ending how you would expect, where they all go maybe we should go back to the fucking whatever, right? Instead, they all decide that, they don't want to be free because they can't, they can't really exist outside of society because their only existence is to serve the small purposes that they're given in the amusement park. But Jenny also feels weird about basically sending her own people back to be slaves. So what she does is she sends them all to the moon, and they make a new society on the dang moon. And I think it's great. I think it surprisingly subverts expectations.
Can I mention one episode very, very quickly? I know. Isn't there one episode where Jenny merges with like a mechanical sentient skin suit or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
It was an episode where she wants to be a real girl, so like
Yep.
Nora ends up making like a skin suit to make her a real girl, but she ends up looking like, like a disgusting, hideous monster. That suit later comes back,
Yeah.
and I think that is such a as like a vengeful we're gonna take over, we're gonna be a normal girl whether you like it or not, and it's like
Yeah.
I just love that the show did stuff like that. It was so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing, right? This show is a bunch of whoops, because it's a normal teenage girl who's like, oh, whoops, I'm a robot, so I can't be. Whoops, I got sent to kindergarten for being built 5 years ago. Better beat up children. Whoops, this skin suit I put on to look normal is sentient. Whoops, I lost the disc that lets me speak English, and now I'm going to speak Japanese the whole episode.
I mean,
Sure.
is that not most kids' shows?
I mean, yeah.
Like, that's basically Fairly Odd Parents as well. Whoops, I accidentally wished for this stupid thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
When you say it like that, I can basically describe every show like this. Like, whoops, we accidentally locked ourselves in a treehouse. Well, let us send messages via squirrel.
It's funniest with Fairly Odd Parents because it literally is, whoops, I wished for something stupid.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Then let's just fucking vote, because who fucking cares?
Alright, I think it's time for me to come up with a voting jorder. Well, Mark, considering you're new here, I'm going to put you on the spot again. You're going to be the first voter.
All right. Well, I respect My Life as a Teenage Robot. I love the theme song from My Life as a Teenage
very
Robot.
good.
That song slaps.
5 o'clock at a corner
But,
complaining. At a skate park down by the mall.
Yeah, exactly. But The Fairly Odd Parents is the show that I've watched more. It's one that I have more fondness for as a show. Creator be damned.
Exactly.
Mick?
I'm voting for My Life as a Teenage Robot because I was never really a big fan.
Oh, Mick.
Clanky.
Oh, Mick, I'm so glad you said that. I like Fairly Odd Parents. It's good. It's not my favorite. And unless I have to, I'll leave it at that. My Life as a Teenage Robot's my vote.
I should say part of this is that I wasn't real like it was one of the shows where I wasn't real. My mom didn't like it, so she didn't really let me watch it, and so I kind of like by the time I could have watched it, I was already past the point of being able to like it. Really,
Okay.
It's one of those shows for me where like the more time went on, the less I liked it, and
That's fair.
and yeah, and that is
and he's
non.
saying this is a Simpsons fan,
Yeah.
so
All right.
you know he means business.
Mr. Denzel Crocker, it is your vote.
In order to get revenge on Timmy Turner, I am going to vote for My Life as a Teenager.
All right, Crocker, that's your vote.
That would
I
be
respect it.
That is not the vote! No! Don't listen to that imposter! Mother!
Among Us!
And
Vote for the
last
fairies!
but not least, Jordan.
This would be where I would put my vote for Fairly Odd Parents. If I had one. No, I do, actually. I'm voting for Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes! Fairies wins! Round 1!
Oh, we're about to have fun. Next round, Fairly Odd Parents is in.
Oh, boy.
Contain him.
Clanky, he hasn't confirmed or denied that I get to live or die if Fairly Odd Parents wins or loses, but he is giving
I
me
know
that
which one
look.
I'm hoping for.
Oh my god, dude!
I have
Like,
friends. I definitely
leave
have
it
friends. Friends, friendly friends. I have
Yeah.
all friends.
Yeah,
Taylor, which one do you think I was implying that I was hoping for?
I think we all know.
Crocker's gonna give you an F, as in he's gonna throw you in the fire. Anyway.
Oh, dude, he's holding a big red F, like a
F is
smaling.
for fire that burns
Burns
down,
down the home. No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
It's
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Let's not get too excited. So I was going to sing one of the show's theme songs for every single round, but this is not gonna work for most of these rounds. So instead, I'm just going to say,
I'd love for you to sing Ned's Declassified.
Instead, I'm going to
And
say
Martin
that...
Mystery doesn't have any lyrics to its theme song, so good luck with that one, fucker.
Instead, I'm going to say that next round is Martin Mystery, which is a Mick pick, going up against Ned's Declassified, School Survival Guide, which is a Jordan pick. Who would like to start?
It sort of is. It's probably better that you start, Mick, because I don't think a lot of us really know what Martin Mystery is.
This was the only one I couldn't get to because I couldn't find it.
I'll start the timer.
You could have asked me. You could have asked me. The entire thing is on YouTube for free.
I probably could have asked you, and the thing is, I didn't want to.
Okay. You know what? I've changed which one I was hoping for.
Hey, Mick, to balance it out, I did come to you and ask you for El Tigre recommendations.
That's fair. Martin Mystery is a Martin Mystery is a show that, as someone who grew up as a huge Scooby-Doo fan, this was a pretty good show for me. This was a show that I was very much enjoyed watching as sort of a teenager.
Right.
Or not like a preteen. I don't know what to call this age. You know, it's like you're not a teenager, but you're also
When
not
I was a puberty.
No, before that, like in that not puberty stage. Anyway,
when I was a
you
pre-puberty.
were a tween.
Sure, let's go with that. What's going on? Anyway, so Martin Mystery is a French television show. It is another entrant in that great genre of franime. French
the Code
anime.
Lyoko of Nickelodeon. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, it's not. You see, because Martin Mystery was produced by Marathon Media, who you might also recognize as the creators of Totally Spies. And in fact, these two shows take place in the same universe, and they share a finale, which I don't believe ever aired in the U.S. because they were owned by rival companies.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, nevertheless, anyway. So the premise of the show is, I kind of imagine Scooby-Doo by way of the X-Files. The premise is each episode, it's a Monster of the Week show, where it's two teenagers who attend a boarding school together. Martin Mystery, his surname actually is Mystery in the show, and his stepsister Diana Lombard work for a secret organization called the Center, which investigates supernatural threats and combats the paranormal. They also have their other partner is a Neanderthal, awoken from his slumber.
Finally,
his name is
some
Java.
Neanderthal representation.
Wait, a Neanderthal or a Neanderthal?
They're the same thing, right?
Yeah. So technically the correct pronunciation is Neanderthal. Most people say Neanderthal. I've watched enough documentaries that Neanderthal has gotten stuck in my head, even though I don't care enough to. I'm not trying to be pretentious. It's just the one I've gotten stuck.
Oh no, I genuinely thought you slipped up. So you've educated me. I've learned something today.
Yeah.
I'll forget it in about 5 minutes, but for these 5 minutes, I'm gonna feel pretty educated.
Yeah. Anyway, and so the show has that sort of monster of the week sort of thing. And one of the things about the show is that like it was not quite. It was never Courage the Cowardly Dog levels, but it was surprisingly scary for this kind of show. It had a lot. They dipped their toes into body horror more than you might expect for a kid's show. Like, let me put it this way: there's an entire episode where they literally just do the thing.
Oh my god, that's
like,
so cool.
They're
though.
in Antarctica with a body-snatching monster that disguises as people.
Is Wilford Brimley there?
I wish. Weirdly, like, it wasn't quite what's going on. It's not quite as it's not quite as horrific. Like, it's more of a sludge kind of monster that takes the form. But like, you still see like people's faces melt and shit. Like, it goes kind of hard on certain things. Yeah. And sort of the main character, I mean, Martin he's kind of exactly what you'd expect for the main character in a show like this. In that he's like an underachiever in school who's like tries to be cool but kind of is not very good at it. And his stepsister is like the very overachiever, serious one. Java caveman. That's his personality. But yeah, I don't really know what else to describe it as. I think I've probably given you, the best idea of the kind of, yeah. It maintains a nice balance between actually going like genuinely kind of horror-y in some ways, like the idea of a character that's like trapped in their dreams, and so their eyes are like perpetually rolled back inside of their head. There's some really freaky shit in the show, but it's never courage levels. Like I don't think there's any episodes that I would describe as like really fucking me up, so to speak. But it certainly makes gestures towards that, and is in general sort of still a funny, entertaining show. So yeah, I'll pass it on to Jordan.
Ned's Declassified is a Nick comedy live action that wasn't created by Dan Schneider. Need I say more? But I will. What I liked about this show is
created by Schneider.
No, yes, he working incognito. No, it was Scott Fellows, I believe. So, he at least knows his stuff. I like this one a lot because I liked the brand of humor it went for. I liked the construct of it, where it's different episodes would be a different entry in the titular school survival guide. I like that we have our stock characters, our main three of Ned, Cookie, and the girl whose name I forget because I didn't rewatch an episode this week.
Mose, Jennifer Moseley.
Oh, amazing. Mose, yes. Now it's all coming back to me now. What I really like is I liked some of the supporting cast. Like, I like the fact that I think the principal was the same actor as the janitor, and he would also do some of the other adult characters on the show.
Dude, Gordy is peak adult.
Amazing. Yes,
Gordy is the fucking best. He spends every episode trying to hunt a weasel and burning shit and handing out jackhammers to kids. He's the best.
Darren Norris is a comedy legend, and we should definitely pay more attention to that.
This is the second bracket in a row where we're basically talking about how much we enjoy Darren Norris.
Is he Timmy's dad?
Yeah. Yes.
I figured.
So good.
I figured as much.
Very versatile in this era of Nickelodeon. He brings a lot to this show. I honestly, what I liked about the show, because I only went midway into a lot of the live action comedies they had in this era, with one exception I'll be getting to in a little bit, but this was just a very steady, fun show that would just constantly be on in an afternoon after I got back from school, ironically. And it was a good comfort show. It was like, all right, it's not going to be anything too out of the ordinary. They didn't do any strains of the show that were like completely different. It was just like, all right, it's going to be these characters in some fun situation, and it works as a good, steady sitcom. I don't have a lot of overwhelming things to say. Taylor, if you want to take some of the reins.
Sure. Well, I was going to say it did kind of keep the same energy, but they did towards the end try to kind of establish a love triangle kind of arc that was going on. It gave you a reason to see what happens next. But I think what I appreciate most about this show is how earnest it was. Like, yeah, this is a show where, like, here's a middle schooler who has written a survival guide to give you actual tips on how to survive school. And, like, they don't make, occasionally they'll play off the tips as jokes, but they're earnest tips. Like, this is an actual middle school kid who is like, I want to help you out because middle school is the worst time ever. So, like, you get to, like, the first day of school. He's like, hey, remember, the first day of school is still summer. And like, he's like genuinely there trying to help you out at a school dance. Listen, it's just a dance, so just dance and have fun. Computer lab, remember to sign up beforehand. Like, they're just actual tips. And I'm like, that's so genuine. And like,
helpful. I learned what speed walking is because of that show. They didn't want it's like, yeah, I know, I'm sure you're not late to class. Speed walks. Like, walk really fast and slow down, walk really fast, slow down. It's like, oh, okay. And I actually used it.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't watch the show, apparently, because I didn't fucking see it.
And I do want to agree with Jordan. The ensemble cast does a really good job of making the school feel lived. And you touched a lot on the adults of the show, who I do really like. I like there was Mr. Monroe, the chemistry teacher. And the history professor who like took his job way too seriously. Hey guys, if you don't complete your school report, I'm going to be very upset. But then also just plays games in the computer lab. But also the kids like Coconut Head and Lisa and fucking. I watched this episode, the cafeteria episode, One Bite. It's just this kid who fucking trolls around the cafeteria and takes an inhumane bite of everyone's
Oh my god. He's like, can I have one bite of that? And they're like, sure. And he devours it.
Yeah. And then in that same cafeteria, there's a lunch lady who tells fortunes, and she's like, Cookie, I see doom in your future. So fucking Cookie, he comes to school in a suit of armor and gets a cardboard cutout of him. So I was like, I don't want to deprive you guys of the pleasure that is my company. So here, talk to this stand-in of me.
God.
Like, okay, I admit the production value of this show could feel a little low in places, like to a point that
absolutely.
So it does feel a little cheesy, but there's a large amount of flair where they like overcompensate to kind of keep it in check almost. And I think that's what kept me like constantly still appreciating this show. I actually back when I was a kid, I would actually just synopsize episodes of this show to my therapist because I had nothing to say. So I would just be like, in this episode of Ned's Declassified.
God.
And I did that for like several months.
Taylor, if there's anyone who needs that Ned Declassified Adult Survival Guide reboot they keep trying to make happen, it's probably you.
Yeah. Wait.
Well, I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not.
Right.
But
I'm gonna need me some Ned's Declassified Prison Survival Guide in a second.
Oh,
Yeah, greenlight that show.
So you just got into the showers, and the guy is
All right, we're done voting. Voting
time.
Voting
This
time.
joke is ending.
Voting.
Go to the vote.
Marc.
I'm gonna go with a Ned's Classified School Survival Guide. Also, Jordan, do you think we can maybe message them, see if we can get like a cool crossover going on with them?
Oh God.
Yearly
That podcast?
survival. Oh no.
Yeah, they'll let us on, of course.
Oh. Wait, what are we doing? Mick.
Okay. Yeah. So so I am voting for Martin Mystery, but I do want to. And look, I know this show is gonna die because I'm the only one who fucking seen it. But it was genuinely my next show on one of my favorite shows, so I can't not put it there. But I do want to share something. My dad's. What's clear? One of my dad's friends from high school, who he's still in contact with, is a writer on a number of shows. Among those shows, he was involved in the creation of the early a lot of the early episodes of Ned's Declassified. And the character's name Cookie is actually a reference to a family nickname that my family has.
Oh.
I won't reveal.
You told me this. I think.
I have told you this.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's like specific, I don't reveal why because it would kind of give away my identity.
When has doxing ever stopped us?
But anyway, point being, I'll put it this way: my grandfather, basically everyone knew him as, despite his first name being Constantine, everyone knew him as Cookie, or Cook. But anyway, yeah, and so that was the inspiration for that character's name. You can look him up. His name is Joe Fallon. I'm fine with doxing him because he has an IMDb page. He's already been doxed.
He's created.
Anyway, Clanky.
This is an interesting thing here because I don't really care for either of these shows. But here's the thing, right? Is I remember when I was a kid, I would actively turn Ned's Declassified off. Where Martin Mystery, I would at least sit through a couple episodes. And
you know about the show, okay?
I know about Martin Mystery because I was a Totally Spies stan.
Okay.
Yeah, which was their other show that they did that was on Cartoon Network.
Right?
And I knew about Martin Mystery because I remember seeing online, yes, that there was a crossover between Martin Mystery and Totally Spies that we could never get because one was on Nickelodeon and the other was on Cartoon Network.
That's hilarious.
But it's so funny. But that being said, if Martin Mystery has Scooby-Doo vibes, I'm down for that. So I'm voting for Martin Mystery.
Mick and Clanky are friends. Taylor?
Yes.
If you want to trade cigarettes, here's what you do. Get yourself a prison mate. They'll help you out.
Here's how to make toilet kombucha.
I regret starting this.
I
was thinking,
along.
What?
I'm just happy Mick played along. I vote for Ned.
Yes.
When I started the bit, I was like, "There's no way 8 million people haven't already made this joke too."
Sure.
And last but not
Hey,
least,
you'll find
Zod.
the biggest guy there. Meet him.
And make friends with him.
So you started a gang war.
For the second time in a row, I have to be the tiebreaker in a round that I didn't think would be this close. I mean, it's not too hard to guess. I put up Ned's Declassified. I'm voting for Ned's Declassified. I really enjoyed that show growing up, and I wish I would have maybe refreshed on it in preparation for this. It probably still holds up, though, because it's not a Dan Schneider show. So I'm voting for that.
so true.
Of course, I say that, and next.
You say that when.
Well, let's get right
Listen,
to it.
let me just say, for the purposes of this bracket, we are separating content from creator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For this
We have no
bracket and
choice
this
with some
one
of
alone.
these.
Well, actually,
Because-
separating content by creator is something that we make as individuals. We do not make that as a group.
I'm
Anyway.
separating the creator from all of your content.
Taylor fucking
I mean-
vaporizes Dan Schneider.
For one of them, you gotta separate the creator and the actor.
Oh no.
Yeah, for one of them.
All that's left is Megan. But anyway,
Listen,
for this next round, we have Drake and
Also, Josh.
Josh, which is a Taylor pick. This is the Amanda Show, which is a Jordan pick. Who would like to
Yeah.
go first?
listen, we could talk about Drake and Josh, or we could talk about my hit show, Josh and Josh, which is Drake and Josh with two Joshes.
Well, that's going to depend entirely
Josh?
upon whether
Is he just
Jordan
throwing
wants to talk about this show about Amanda first.
Yeah. Could I?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Bring on the dancing lobsters.
Is that what that's
Pretty
from?
much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
from Judge
Yeah,
Trudy.
So,
Shit.
so the thing about the Amanda Show, well, there's several things about it, but the thing that a lot of people know about me is that I have a thing for sketch comedy. I mean, I'm a frequent SNL watcher, but my two pillars of sketch comedy are, and most of you probably know this by now, or at least two of you in the room, because I've talked to at least two of you about these. My two pillars of sketch comedy are Monty Python's Flying Circus and The Muppet Show. I like the idea of just absurdist sketch work combined with the sort of everyone's a family here, we're trying to run a show without killing each other kind of thing. I like both of those.
Weirdly,
While
both
the Amanda
British.
Show, the Amanda Show worked because it went for the sort of absurdism that something like Monty Python or even All That, or no, not All That, or even Mad TV would go for in that era. It's funny, and I said this in the chat, but I put on a random episode the other night, and within the first 3 minutes of watching this, there's a monologue bit with an audience member, and the audience member in that bit was a guy I used to work for. This guy by the name of Barry Pearl, who I worked at a short film camp about 7 or 8 years ago. Great guy, wonderful guy, all energy. He did a bunch of things. He's a LA based actor. He was in Grease in a small part in that. He had a big role in Barney. He was in the touring company of Barney for a couple of years as Professor Tinkerputt. He still has a Barney watch to this day. He loves it. There he is in this monologue, getting his head ripped off by Amanda Bynes trying to pull out his tooth. And I messaged Barry about it because I wasn't completely sure it was him. I messaged Barry last night, and he got back to me. He was like, yes, that was me. I still haven't seen the episode or any of the show to this day, although to this day, I think about what they were able to do and go, what a concept. And with the Amanda Show, that's what a concept. This is very much Dan Schneider at his Dan Schneider. Yes, there's a lot of jokes that maybe are too out there, but the jokes that do work and the characters that do work are legendary and are still quoted to this day. Judge Trudy and the Dancing Lobsters, obviously. Block Blisters with much better. The character of Penelope. The character Penelope, which is great because it's a character that cannot be in the same room as Amanda because they're played by the same actress, obviously, but because it is this sort of obsessive, almost neurodivergent fan. It's basically a way of Amanda Bynes channeling this sort of odd, weird energy into something while going through some real troubles with mental illness on the set of that show. But maybe that's reading a bit too much into it. there's a lot of really good concepts because you have these great performers like Drake Bell and Amanda Bynes, and even John Cassier showing up once or twice for some good stuff, and various other. Gary Anthony Williams from Whose Line is the bailiff in Amanda Show. In the
Judge Trudy says to sit down.
Yes, that is him. He's wonderful. But it had this sort of like off the walls energy to it, this show, that I could not ignore even as a kid. And there's a lot that I remember to this day. I watched an episode recently. Not all of it is held up, obviously, because there is this sort of mean-spirited kind of, we're really doing this on kids' TV sort of feel to it. And knowing what we know now about Dan Schneider, it isn't always that savory, because there was one bit where I think one of the characters was dared to drink a glass of stinky sock diluted water, and it involves feet. So there you go. There's Dan for you.
Dude, there's an episode where they have a picnic with like Amanda's gelatinous foot.
This is I'm so glad that I avoided this.
Yeah. Christian, it gets worse. There is an episode, and I'm not exaggerating, this is literally what happens, where they feed Nancy Sullivan, who plays Drake and Josh's mom and Drake and Josh.
Yes.
They feed her, and I'm not making this up, they feed her piss.
Yeah,
I'm very happy that
show I watched. They put piss into a bowl, and they go, "Oh, what's in this?" Well, I made it myself.
I'm gonna vomit.
Yeah,
it was awful.
And then Zack Snyder would use that in Batman vs Superman. Yeah, Graham would get that joke if he was here.
The Schneiders, they stick together.
Exactly. Schneider. What's the difference between fiends? But yeah, the Amanda Show is this insane energy topped off by this just sort of tour de force performance by someone who was clearly hurting on the inside. It's not a perfect product, but I remembered it very fondly, and I wanted to talk about it on this yearlies. It may not get very far considering what it's up against, considering a lot of the reactions from a lot of you guys, but I have a lot of fondness towards it, and I'm glad I went back to watch it, even if it was just a little too weirded sometimes.
Look, despite the weird Dan Schneider nonsense, any show with the dancing lobsters in it is like, if I was voting, my vote would already be set, honestly.
Wow.
I'm so glad you're hosting then. I actually have a lot to say about the Amanda Show, but the only thing that I can't hold back because I have to share it now is there's a Judge Trudy episode. I don't remember exactly which one it is, but it deals with a plaintiff whose name is Craig Fellharber, who is issuing a complaint against his dad, who took away his computer because he shut down the entire internet. And his dad is trying to plead to Judge Trudy why his son needed to be punished. And he goes, "Wars broke out. Prisoners escaped from prison. The
moon fell.
I pissed on the moon."
Yeah, Jordan and Christian and I have just been playing so much fun with that joke for years, and
it's such a fun concept of the moon just falling.
Yeah, there are some bits of Amanda Show that don't hold up, but Judge Trudy is great.
Yes.
May I find the edit?
Taylor, is it going to take some time to realize?
Yeah, but if you look inside, I'm sure you'll find that over your shoulder, that I'll always be picking you up when you're down.
I can actually strangle you, right? I'm right next to you.
Let me just get this out of the way. Fuck Drake Bell the person. Fuck Drake Parker the character. Fuck Drake Campagna when he moved to Mexico. He's not a good person. And
Soy Carly.
And the thing is, it doesn't matter. Because here is why you watch Drake and Josh. Because Josh Nichols may be the greatest straight man to ever grace television.
He's so good.
He can play dorky hypochondriac to attitude-fueled straight man on a moment's notice, and it is always the most absurd things ever. There's an episode where, in the same episode, he runs over Oprah. And Drake and he goes, "This is my worst birthday ever." And Drake goes, "Because you ran over Oprah?" "No, because it's a little human." "Yes, because I ran over Oprah." And then not 5 minutes later, Drake leaves him to be chemically bathed because he told the staff that he has a flesh-eating virus. He comes back in a gown and he goes, "You left me to be chemically bathed." "Oh yeah, how'd that go?" "Oh, it was actually quite nice. Once you get through it was horrible."
It works every time.
It's so amazing. The treehouse episode, there's a squirrel. He goes, I'm going to attach this note to the squirrel. Maybe someone will get our message and know we're glossy. And he goes, yes, because when I see a squirrel, the first thing I do is check its tail for messages.
There are so many episodes of Drake and Josh just being trapped places.
Yeah, that's a very common thing to do later in the later seasons.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. My favorite episodes are the trap episodes when they have to spend the episode trying to get out of the wacky scenario they've been placed in. So yes, we have trapped in a bathroom by a man-eating dog. Trapped in a treehouse because Drake drew a door with a magic marker. Trapped on the open road because they took a broken down car on the way to their crazy Aunt Catherine's wedding.
Trapped in a warehouse. Trapped in a warehouse and held hostage by money launderers in Drake and Josh the movie.
Did you mention
trapped
the one
in
where
a
they were
closet
trapped?
of a man who eats orangutan.
Yeah, so this is the other thing. There's this great meme I've seen where someone's like, Drake and Josh early seasons. Josh needs Drake's help to get a girlfriend. Drake and Josh later seasons. Drake and Josh sell an orangutan to a man who eats orangutans.
And like, I think
Drake and Josh pretend to be Hasidic Jews to spy on Megan on a date.
I am about to fight in your popcorn. Pip pipla doodly doo. Pip pipla doodly doo. I'm gonna start saying that. Yeah.
Drake and Josh feel the wrath of Gary Coleman.
Yeah, when they fucking smell Gary Coleman grills.
Remember that?
Yes.
And actually got Gary Coleman.
So I'm here to collect the
because
money.
Gary Coleman was gonna be a hard get.
Oh yeah.
Look, he
He's
died
doing
not
so
long
much
after
these
that.
days.
So you tell me.
He's dead.
Too busy doing a musical.
And
He's
I
dead,
think
folks.
so. One of the other things that I really appreciated about this show is there's this reality that everyone who doesn't know the characters Drake and Josh hates Drake and Josh. So like Josh will open the doors like package for Josh and it goes, thanks, have a great day. Don't tell me what to do.
Love it.
Or like they'll be in line and a kid's being an asshole. Excuse me, ma'am, your son is being a little mean. Well, quit fucking with him. He's trying to play pirate. Like everyone is so awful to these two. It's so weird. And then there's Helen who loves Drake but hates Josh, and Miss Hafer who loves Josh but hates Drake. I can't believe those two characters never met. And like throughout the course of the 4 seasons, they slowly lose all respect for their dad and just start insultingly calling him by his first name. and like his dad goes tough I don't know, tough beans or whatever, and like Drake goes tough beans. I don't know. The man says words, and I just. And then there's Megan.
Megan.
Mick.
Great character.
Yeah.
You start her own show.
Yeah.
Listen, guys.
Hi, Megan.
I don't control the speed at which lobsters die. All right.
Taylor, do you like spoons?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Taylor. Sure ain't a truther.
I really not
child
gonna bring
danger.
up.
I ain't calling you a child and safer.
Oh my
Man.
God.
This is really a Drake and Josh.
Wait, if you're a Drake and you're a Josh, then who's Crazy Steve?
That guy.
No,
And then and then Josh's thing where he can fucking like describe anything and then say it again for emphasis.
Spherical.
Spherical. I repeat things for emphasis. Emphasis.
It's just a young George Costanza, really.
Oh my god, I love him so much.
Josh is getting upset.
Oh my
Pretty
god,
much.
dude. Oh, and last thing I'll say before we move to the vote, unless anyone has more things to say, there is Josh went on to do a spin-off, not a spin-off. He did another show with John Stamos called Grandfathered, in which he was John Stamos' long lost son, and he was trying to get John Stamos to teach him how to get the mother of his child to actually fall in love with him. And they do an episode where he and his partner are trying to pitch to actual Drake Bell an app. But it's not Drake. It's not Drake Parker. It's a different Drake. But it's Drake and Josh in the same room. So he goes, "Oh hey, you remind me a lot of my stepbrother." And Josh goes, "Oh really? Was he awesome?" "No, he got arrested for stalking Oprah."
Perfect.
That's a good one.
That's a great callback.
That's
Jeff.
a
And
good
that's
one.
and that's how the series ends. Yeah, that's the other thing.
That
Josh
way
is
it
so
is.
obsessed with Oprah and Crazy Steve and Craig and Eric. There's so many things I didn't write down. It's like, who cares if half of the people on this
Josh's
show are
emo
awful?
haircut during the Christmas movie. Come on.
Yes.
I love this show, man. I
Great.
make no apologies. This show is
It's
so
a
good.
really good show.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Hang on, did I mishear something, or did you just say, I'm sorry, I make no apologies?
I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I fucked it up.
All right.
I fucked it up. If you let Mick give a retort.
Is this
See
gonna
what
take some
you're-
time to vote?
Anyway, yeah, votes. Yeah. Voting. Hey, Mark, what do you think should win this round?
Well, there's only one of these shows that did a fantastic send-up of the Blues Brothers before I ever saw the movie, and that's Drake and Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Soul Man.
Yeah.
Soul Man.
Mick?
Well, one of these shows stars Josh Peck and Drake Bell. And the other is Drake and Josh.
No. You can't do that.
I'm voting for Drake and Josh.
You can't
Yeah.
spread misinformation on the internet like that.
No,
What are
I
you talking
understand.
about? They're
Yeah,
in
Kristen,
both.
I understood his vote perfectly.
Me too.
Are they in both? That's crazy.
Yes, they
Yeah.
are.
Drake and Josh got their start in the
Christian,
Amanda Show.
just to be clear, the Amanda Show was basically Dan Schneider being like, "Hey, I'm going to take everyone but Amanda Bynes and do another show."
Pretty much.
It's crazy. I didn't
Because
actually
Amanda
know
Bynes was
that.
already shit. There was jealousy. Amanda Bynes had her other show, and Dan Schneider was being an asshole. Yada yada.
Don't forget, she was also in Hairspray, 2000 whatever.
Oh, yeah.
She was also in Big Fat Liar with Frankie Muniz.
That is
Oh, yeah.
true.
Underrated movie.
I'm Marty
Poor
Wolf.
Amanda Bynes, dude. She did not deserve what happened to
No.
her.
Anyway,
Oh,
Cal Anki. Who you think should win this round, huh?
So, remember how during the Ghiblies, Taylor said that he really shouldn't be here? I feel like I really shouldn't be here. I've noticed, I'm going through the next few brackets, and it's like, dude, I only fucking care about 4 of these shows, and every other show, it's just kind of like, whatever. That being said,
I show up for the yearlies some years. And, like, I don't even like any of the,
Oh my
the games.
God.
I just have hate in my heart.
It's not, but it's not hate here. It's
I
just
know.
indifference.
In a lot of ways, apathy is worse than hatred.
It is a tragedy,
Yeah.
some would say.
That being said, I think I like the Amanda Show more, so I'm voting for the Amanda Show. Yeah, I mean, listen, Amanda Show made my honorable mentions for a reason, and Drake and Josh did not. So,
Wow. I wasn't expecting it to get any votes. Cool.
All right, Tails?
Never. Do you understand me? Never.
That's not a show in this bracket.
I respect a lot of running gags in the Amanda Show, the terrible commercials, Judge Trudy, totally Kyle and Hillbilly moment.
Oh my
Hillbilly
god.
Moment
But-
is great.
You know, they also did a lot of bits that I wasn't super into, like the really bad CG. Sometimes the personalities of characters were overinflated and shit, like the girls' room. And
Oh yeah.
every once in a while, they would like stop the show 5 minutes in to do like 15 minutes of this drama called Moody's Point,
Yeah.
and it was
Yeah.
horrible. It was
It was
really bad, and like that's when I actually turned off the TV because I never liked watching that.
Okay.
And they never resolved that plot line.
Yeah,
She's
whatever
still
happened to
in that hot
Dad's-
air balloon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I have had so much fun with Drake and Josh, and I was mesmerized by giant shrimp.
Weren't
They
we
are
all?
really big.
Um,
And finally,
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. So, honestly, I mean, we're at the point where my vote really doesn't matter. I really don't. I mean, I probably should be voting for Drake and Josh, but at the same time, I'm just very happy I got to talk about Amanda's show, and you know, I think it deserves a little bit more than one vote. So, Amanda, please.
Lobsters.
Oh, by the way, I completely forgot that the intro was like cartoon Amanda going surfing through the channels, jumping in the TV, to the point that when I saw the intro, I'm like, this was not the intro.
It was very 1999.
Oh, so true. All right. Coming up next, this one is awfully interesting. We have James Neutron Mangini, submitted by Marc, against Rugrats, submitted by Taylor. Between you two, Marc and Taylor, who would like to carry the torch?
Marc hasn't gone first yet, right?
No.
No, I'm not. I will go on first.
Take it away.
You know, in a world where there's TV, yes, like a world there's like, you know, there's the successful TV show that becomes the movie in theaters is like a big deal. Gotta respect how Nickelodeon went, okay, here's what we're gonna do. Creators, we're gonna give you a movie, make a feature-length CG, which is brand new at this time, full feature film, and then we'll let you do your silly cartoon show. And they went, okay.
And that tended to work.
Yeah. And Marc, if you want to go even further back, before they gave him the movie, they gave him like these like 1 minute long commercial segments.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah. So they literally gave him like all the hard stuff first, and then like, okay, now you can do your funny cartoon show. And what's great about Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius is that it takes the sensibilities of like the 1950s. They literally lived in a town called Retroville. There's a soda shop. The dad at one point becomes a greaser. It's hilarious.
Yep, I love that episode.
You're right. It is 1950s inspired, and I never really made the connection until you just now said it.
Yeah, like, and so much about it is
Like,
that,
quite a lot of the science follows 1950s.
Oh my God, yeah,
Like,
it's
you can
very
breathe in
much
space, and the rockets are shaped like that.
The dad eats pie.
Yeah.
And if
That's
the double
50s.
entendres that were throughout the show are an indication, he eats more than just apple and cherry.
Okay, now the joke.
Peter Griffin here.
So, favorite episodes of this show: the sleepover episode where the pizzas
Oh my God.
become alive and they chase them, and that triple.
There's no such
twist
thing as
ending,
children.
What a career.
which is great. There's Operation Jet Fusion, which I remember being a big deal at the time. Not because they got Christian Slater to voice him, but because it's so clearly that Jet Fusion was modeled after Mr. Hartman. It's so clearly modeled after Butch Hartman, which is hilarious. Also, speaking of, this may be cheating. The Jimmy Timmy Power Hours.
Loved those.
Mhm,
Absolutely
The
loved
first one
those.
is the best one. That's the one I had on VHS. Hence, it's the best one.
It is. It's very good.
I liked all of them, man. I liked the second one where they brought the whole cast over to both worlds.
Yes.
I like the third one where Jeff Garlin is the guy whose name isn't Shirley.
Yeah. Third one's not so good.
Yeah, it's,
I mean, it's the weakest one, but like,
it is.
I
There
just
was,
like.
there was a third one?
Yeah, there was.
Exactly.
But there's a line in that where Shirley is like, he's about to take away Timmy's magic, and goes, and now Timmy's just going to be an average kid that no one understands. And Cosmo goes, someone should write a song about that.
It's a great
Okay, that's a good line. That's a really good line. And yeah, also it's just amazing how they did this 3D animated show in such an early time, and you could argue, okay, maybe it's dated a little bit, but I would say.
Yeah.
In comparison to like Reboot, you know,
clearly,
like there are way worsely dated CG shows.
Taking a
than,
knife to a gunfight.
I paid them no mind until I learned recently that people didn't like this show as much as I did, which I was like, I thought this show was a classic, and I'm like, oh wait, people thought this. People didn't like this show. I mean, dude, we fucking have Sheen Estevez, Ultra Lord Lover, Carl, Lava Fanatic, and Q, who's quacking crazy.
The thing with Sheen is that we've learned now through other projects made by this company that Sheen is best in small doses.
The thing is, I was going to say that about Carl, because my thing with Planet Sheen is, why did they make another Carl character?
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Why does the show exist? Like, come on.
Nobody knows
war
why.
crimes. Like,
listen, I would sooner watch Planet Sheen than I would watch the Patrick Star show. More on that later.
Do we have to? Do we have to have more on that later?
No.
I know
You know what?
Nick, to your storyboards on the Patrick Star show. It's not that bad.
Yeah. Mark, one of my favorite episodes, the one I watched to kind of get my to just remind myself about the show a little, is I watched not the first one, but the second Nanobots episode where they go around correcting for error.
Oh, I love that one.
And Hugh is the last man alive, so he has a Twilight Zone episode.
Was that the pie one where I
Well, but like even darker than that, he contemplates fucking killing himself.
Holy shit, dude.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The second suicide mention of the Nickelodeon Showlies.
Well, he doesn't say
Wait,
it.
there's going to be a third.
No, he just goes, without my family, there is no reason for me to live.
I will say one of my fondest memories of Jimmy Neutron is not even... I don't remember any of the plots, but there's that one episode with the candy, and I always wanted to eat that candy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, same. I agree.
Jimmy, I don't want to say that was the worst thing I ever tasted, but that was the worst thing I ever tasted. Okay, I said it. Carl! Block! Yes, Miss Fowl?
Sheen! This is the 7th week in a row you brought Ultra Lord to class!
Oh, dude, I can just imagine me doing a WarioWare Alan Wake joke, and Miss Fowl goes, Taylor, this is the 7th week in a row you've made an Alan Wake losing to WarioWare DIY joke.
I was trying to think of one, too.
It's just so good, Carl Weezer. It's so good that Rob Paulson has another classic voice for a character that he has under his belt. Because you go to him at any convention and you say, "Are you gonna finish that?" and he'll immediately go, "Croissant."
Yeah, well, if Graham was here, he would tell you Rob Paulson is just a very lovable guy.
We came close to meeting him one time.
Oh, we're so close.
He was on a break during one of his scheduled times, so maybe someday soon. But he seems like a real sweetie, so that's great.
Yeah, that's what he called Graham.
Yeah, it's about time we switched to the baby show for babies.
Yeah. Oh, but that's
good
though.
I mean, it's a good baby show for babies. So that's the thing, right? Is I was watching this and I'm like, this really is a show for babies, but like, I don't care. It's like a relaxing show for babies. Like, it's childhood innocence taken down to childhood baby. And it's the epitome of being too young to understand basic concepts and interpreting them only
like
as a baby can. Is that like Cat Dog?
Yeah, like Cat Dog, the concept.
No, I understood. Anyways, look, I do think this show is more geared towards kids than maybe other stuff as a modern adult watching these shows can do. It's not like, it doesn't rely a ton on physical comedy. It doesn't have a ton of witty comedy, but it's more so about interacting and observational humor, where it's like, oh, booster shot? No, it's my rooster shot. The jury? No, they're the jerky.
This is Yearly's jokes. These are just Yearly's bits.
Who was it exactly that had to go at Doug?
I mean, but like, there's just something so relaxing as they just explore all these casual places, and they go to a bowling alley and they're like, oh, I want to win the championship because it's a giant chocolate chip and I want to see my grandpa win it. So we're going to go into the cave, which by cave we mean the machinery behind the bowling pins, and we're going to fuck with the guy who's sabotaging the game. Like, they always accidentally end up saving the day. Like, one time Tommy gets actually kidnapped by two guys, but because he's so aloof, he actively ends up terrorizing them to giving him back. As an adult, we do still have the adult characters who, are fun. Like, Pop is a fun grandpa. Stu is always doing crazy shit. Dee Dee is the psychology parent. Angelica's a little shit though, and I'm not sure if and I will say this, I do feel like that Rugrats was more progressive than a lot of the other shows. Like, it had an appreciation for all cultures. We did like a Kwanzaa episode, a Hanukkah episode, and a Passover episode. That's something that I didn't think a lot of other shows did, which, like, I respected that. And, it's like, at the end of the day, they're babies. Babies are cute. Tommy's cool. Chucky's cool. I think Phil and Lil's whole thing was that they just fight all the time, which maybe didn't always work. But listen, it's charming. It's a very easy show to watch, but, like,
Yes.
it is a baby show. Amanda Bynes was a character for a couple of episodes. You got how we were talking about that the whole joke is dill pickles? There's an episode where their babysitter who is Amanda Bynes. She doesn't like actual dill pickles. She's like, man, I hate dill pickles. He's just dill pickles is just the worst. And they're like, oh no, guys, Taffy hates dill. We have to convince her that dill is great. And then at the end, she goes, I actually like dill pickles. They're pretty good. And then she goes, I think it's sweet pickles that I don't like.
I'm not Stu. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, why are we recording a Showlies at 3 a.m.? Have we lost control of our life?
I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's 10 p.m. for me.
I'm ready.
It's already over time, so we might as well vote, right?
Excuse me. I'm the one who says that. No, we can vote. Hey,
Time
Marc.
means nothing.
Yeah?
How you doing?
Doing good, man.
Let's say you were in a bar, right? And Jimmy Neutron and Rugrats walked into a bar. What would you do? Who would you talk to first?
Well, what I would do is I would say, excuse me, babies, aren't you a little bit too young to be drinking?
The 12-year-olds as well.
Whoops.
Now, here's the thing, Jordan. With Jimmy Neutron, he would probably hypnotize me.
Yeah, probably.
And convince me that they're
He'd think
21.
of that. By the end of the episode, he definitely
That's the thing, right? Do you ever get the impression that being friends with Jimmy Neutron would just be a fucking pain in the ass? He's just like,
absolutely.
Oh, and
Like-
you're the Rugrats. Hello, Rugrats. That is a reference
you
to
see,
2021 year.
The Rugrats are babies. Jimmy Neutron, if you were to become an adult, would probably become a domestic terrorist. I don't know. He's got the brain for it.
I don't know.
Oh
I think
my
he'd use
God.
his powers for good. I don't know. Maybe
You're
a bit too
talking-
edgy for
You're talking
two.
about the fucker who saw salt on the ground and went, oh, look, sodium chloride.
That's salt.
that is a 1-for-1 Jimmy Neutron impression, Clanky.
Thanks.
Your impressions tonight have been really good.
Thanks.
Taco Shack. Taco Shack.
Anyway, what are you voting
Anyways, I am voting for. Listen, if I'm gonna say this a lot, I respect Rugrats. I had tons of Rugrats VHS as a kid, though. If I had to go what's the show that I would turn on more for a quick nostalgia hit, it would probably be Jimmy Neutron, the boy of geniuses.
Mick, you're at a fork in the road, and one end has Jimmy and the other has babies. Who you voting for?
Jimmy Neutron is in my honorable mentions, you fuck.
Don't need to be
Why
mean
did
to
that
me.
get violent at the end?
I don't
Don't
know.
so
I don't know
excited
why.
about it.
I don't know. Sorry, I was yawning at the time.
Yawning
Like,
I
makes
get
you
very
violent.
aggressive when I yawn.
Clanky, I ran out of wacky hypotheticals. What are you voting for?
Jimmy Neutron and Rugrats. I'm voting for Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Stewart was in the movie. Like, come on.
That's
Excellent.
nice.
Taylor?
Christian, if I had to kill 4 children or hang out with Jimmy Neutron for a day, which one would I do?
If you say one of these things, you're a confirmed psychopath, but...
We know this.
Who would hang out with Jimmy Neutron?
I mean, let's look, dude. Like fucking in the sleepover episode is like Carl and Sheen come over. It's like, oh, dude, Jimmy, I brought my llama DVD, and Sheen's like, oh, dude, we gotta talk about Ultralord, and Jimmy's like, yeah, that's cute, guys. I invented the neutronic sleep machine, and it's gonna be way better than your piss ideas.
We're
And
not
it's like,
asking
thanks.
you to hang out with him. We're asking which show do you like better.
Jimmy Neutron.
Oof.
Kristen, I have a hypothetical for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Please suggest it.
Okay, so you're all right.
Yes, you're up,
You Robert.
Who am I?
You can do it.
You're Robert.
I'm.
Okay. You know the movie?
You'll know it if you actually get through it.
I will. Okay. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show Jordan the poster, and he'll probably get it.
Yeah, and I'll transcribe the joke because he's laughing too hard to get it.
You know the movie Glory with Denzel Washington?
Right. I see what you're doing, but
All right. So if
what are you trying
Robert
to say?
Oppenheimer was.
Well, you got Mick to laugh, so you did something right.
That wasn't me.
Oh, I sound
never
like
mind.
Mick. Anyway,
You laugh like
Oppenheimer.
All right.
I'll put you out of your misery. I'm voting for Jimmy Neutron. Oh boy.
Wait, that wasn't even Mark's vote.
That was my vote.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh my
I like
goodness.
Rugrats. I have some nostalgic connection to Rugrats, but Jimmy Neutron is the better show. I hate to say it.
Mark, you might need to type out that hypothetical.
He's doing that right now. He's typing it out,
Oh,
and I'm
thank
going
God,
to
thank
transcribe
God.
the joke for him in my more composed state.
All right.
So
While we await hypothetical.
Here's the thing, Jordan. You don't know what the joke is. It could be that
I
funny
have
that
a
even
feeling.
you can't read it. It might be like the Monty Python sketch with the unknown
Oh, yeah.
jokes that won
I
the
love
war.
that sketch. Oh yes, there were sweet peanuts, and they were walking
Alright.
down the sauce, and one was a salted peanut. If Robert Oppenheimer was at the launch of the H-bomb, who would he want to be at the test site with Jimmy Neutron or Tommy Six? That is a good question.
Oh my god. Holy
I got through
shit, dude.
I had a bit of a curve at the end, but I got through it.
Okay.
Okay. Happy place.
Well, I have one question for everyone here.
Oh, I wonder what that question is.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh shit.
Listen.
You know what?
Who helped develop the atomic bomb? Robert.
It's Killian Murphy going.
Fuck,
"Oh, you
it took
ready,
me a
kid?"
minute to realize what Mick was doing.
I am.
Robert Oppenheimer.
Robert Oppenheimer. Robert Oppenheimer. Robert.
Okay.
Oppenheimer.
We got we got two niche shows. Not a lot of people have heard of these.
Yeah.
We've got Spongebob Square Friends submitted by Taylor and Jordan and Clanky.
And
The
Mick.
world submitted.
Wait,
it.
Mick, you submitted this? You submitted this too?
Yeah, Danny Phantom was an honorable mention.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
I
And Mick
didn't submit it because I just knew that everyone else was going to submit it.
Yeah,
and
that
Marc
show's
by
kinda
technicality, and I also would have put it up.
I think we can skip the vote.
And then
No, shut up.
We
Dude,
need to
Mick,
give Invaders
Clanky
in
cares
these-
about like 2 things on this.
I know.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm
And
joking.
they're both in this bracket.
going up against Invader Zim, which is a Clanky pick. I mean, look, it's
And
either.
I start.
Let
Of
him go,
course you
please.
can.
Listen, I know where all of our heads at. I know where all of our heads are at with this vote.
sure?
Shut up. I am with you guys. I do think that SpongeBob is the better show. And I'm probably going to vote for it by the end of the round. But I have a duty to do, and that is to talk about Invader Zim. So that's what I'm here to do. Let me paint a picture for you guys. Back in the late 90s, there was a man named Yonan Vasquez. He was kind of a niche artist who created a comic series that was 7 issues long called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Now, just on that name alone, I guess you can probably assume what the comic was about. Essentially, it was about
There's
this
been a
guy
talking sponge named Bob.
God. It was a comic about this guy named Johnny who went around killing people, collecting their blood, and using the blood to paint a wall in his basement to avoid having demons come out and take over the world.
Sounds a bit too intense for children.
Well,
You
oh my God, let me speak!
I'm sorry.
Blood on the wall. Stop demons from coming out. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. How does this relate to Invader Zim?
So
It's the same guy.
Yeah, so Nickelodeon, I'll skip the whole preamble. Nickelodeon thought that it was a good idea to give this guy a children's show. And that show is Invader Zim. Invader Zim has a very big stigma of being the XD So Random Waffles show. And am I going to sit here and deny that? No. But what I will say is that it uses that comedy very, very well. There are times, my father is the one who introduced me to Invader Zim. And he's kind of, as much as I don't really realize this much, but he really shaped a lot of the things that I like. He's the reason I like Star Wars. He's the reason I play video games, and he's the reason why I love Invader Zim. It's a very funny show that's surprisingly very quotable because it's just a random nonsense show. Essentially, it's about this guy named Zim who was sent by his leaders, the Almighty Tallest, to take over a planet called Earth. You might have heard of it, but his plans constantly get foiled by either his own idiocy, his robot assistant's idiocy named Gur. What's the G stand for? We don't know. And more times than not, it's foiled by a boy who knows that he's an alien named Dib. Now, Dib, like I said, knows that he's an alien, but he is the only one that knows that he's an alien. Everyone else is just so fucking stupid or does not care that Zim is an alien that it just kind of goes. It just kind of goes unchecked. No, I would say that
does not care is the funnier answer.
Yeah, Gaz is one of the characters that I want to highlight because Gaz knows that Zim is an alien, but does not care that Zim is an alien because the only thing she cares about is that stupid pig restaurant and video games.
She's just like me, for real.
Yeah, literally. Invader Zim is just quite a funny show, and I don't want anyone's opinion to get soured on this show based on the era that it was popular, which was after the show was airing. A little store called Hot Topic really liked Invader Zim, we'll say. And I can understand that might turn some people off of the show, but it shouldn't because the show is so great. It's one of the shows that, in my opinion, was kind of foiled by Nick meddling, because obviously Yonan Vasquez, after making things like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, probably wanted to do some off-the-wall shit for a children's show. And whether Nick was right or wrong in trying to censor some of his stuff is not really my take to say. But what I will say
not just
is
that, Clanky. Do you know what one of the things I believe they wanted to do was?
Go ahead.
I believe they wanted to do an episode where Zim takes over, or to some degree a similarity, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but he wanted to take over the Twin Towers.
Oh, that'll do it.
I believe that had something to... I believe that it's something to do.
This is airing in 2004.
That's the thing, right?
So...
I think it got canceled because... this is what someone told me.
I don't know if it got canceled because of that, but I know for a fact that Nickelodeon and Yonan Vasquez really butted heads. They did not really like each other.
I mean,
and that's kind of why Nickelodeon canceled Invader Zim prematurely and did what they do with all their canceled shows and just dumped the rest of the episodes on Nicktoons Network to air sporadically. It's a shame what happened to Invader Zim, and I think that the
Squarepants, and we got a happy ending.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I think that Invader Zim still has some staying power, as evidenced by Enter the Florpus, which was a movie that came out of Invader Zim in 2019, and it was also very, very good. Changed the art style a little bit, in my opinion, for the better. I think that's a hot take.
I will say, if you're looking for
Can I
one
just say,
thing,
I want to say I looked into that. So there was an episode in which Zim puts on a virtual reality helmet and sees New York on fire and the Statue of Liberty sunken into the sea. And this episode was due to air on September 14th, 2001.
Ooh,
yeah,
that would have been bad.
So they delayed it about a year.
All right, so it wasn't the Two Towers, but I was close.
To be honest, if we're talking about things that would have canceled Invader Zim, probably the episode that inspired a real-life murder would probably be pretty up there.
Dude, dude, there's an episode where Zim actually goes around harvesting his fellow students' orchids.
That's the episode that inspires someone to kill someone in real life.
just like Tails in Sonic Lost World.
Mick, if I was next to you right now, I would. I don't know what I would do, but it would be violent.
The only reason
That one petered out towards the end. It started strong.
The only reason why I haven't been going, okay, get to the SpongeBob pitch, is because I don't think we really need to say much about SpongeBob SquarePants, other than it shaped all of our senses of humor, I might go on to assume to say, and it's one of the most influential animated series of our time.
I have something I bet none of you are going to say.
You think it's overrated?
No, I think Squidward should have been the host of Blue's Clues.
You're right.
You're
I don't
right.
think anyone said that.
And you guys all think I'm being silly right now, but none of you seem to remember the commercial segment where Steve was leading Blue's Clues, and there was an actual live commercial segment where it was like, who's going to host Blue's Clues? Is it Squidward or is it Joe? This is an actual commercial.
I also think it should have been Squidward.
Can I suggest something, actually? Since we all know what SpongeBob is about, and everyone watching this already knows what SpongeBob is about, can we go around the room and say our favorite SpongeBob episodes?
Oh God, it'll be all week. I've got like 10, but I'll actually no. I'll whittle it down to one.
Mark, you start, and then we'll go down the voting order, and I'll go last.
Yeah, you start.
Okay, I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna steal. We're gonna get out of the way right now. Band Geeks.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
it's a class.
It's the perfect SpongeBob episode. Every single joke lands. The ending is great. It's a Squidward wins story, which are so few and feels earned. And I just love how it left such an impact on our generation that when that Super Bowl bullshit went down,
they will never.
I was there.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will never forget hearing Sweet Richard for the first time.
Yes, it's just one of those things where you don't forget Band Geeks. It's one of the few moments of childhood Marc and Jordan I remember us going like, yo, Band Geeks, what the hell? That's a good one. We witnessed history last night by watching Band Geeks.
Pretty much.
It's honestly very true. Mick, do you have a favorite you would like to share?
Idiot Box.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
There might have been somewhere in the back of my mind that might have had a larger influence on me than I might think. Considering one of the bits is you hear them climbing the Himalayas.
Yeah.
Yes, considering what I'm literally editing right now.
Yeah, I know.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, and Squidward has an almost win in that episode.
Yeah, almost.
He realized the joy of imagination.
Yeah.
Clanky, do you have a favorite you'd like to share?
The Krusty Krab training video.
Of course, of course.
When the way that episode ends, I recorded new episode of SpongeBob all the time, and I remember it ends with the secret formula, and then we'll be right back with more SpongeBob. I'm like, I kept rewinding it because I thought my DVR skipped the ending.
Same.
Taylor, what's your favorite episode? I mean, Marc kind of stole it. It is Band Geeks, but I think if I wasn't voting for Band Geeks, it would be Chocolate with Nuts.
Also,
that's another really good one.
Let's get naked.
Yeah.
Let's save that for when we're selling a real estate.
What? What are they selling?
Chocolate.
I love you.
All right, Jordan.
I think I've had the same number one for 19 odd years. It was Imitation Crabs in 2004. It's Imitation Crabs now. I love that episode dearly.
Fun one.
Colored underwear.
No, that's
No.
That's
there were two robot Mr. Krabs
Borg.
episodes.
Imitation Crabs is the one where Plankton gets a giant robotic crab suit.
Yeah.
That's me in the flesh with no one else around.
Ravioli, give me the formula.
Formula time.
And
I really like Plankton episodes. They're always really fun. Plankton's Army is also awesome.
Oh yeah, of course. I will quickly say that my favorite episode is Can You Spare a Dime, which is the one where Squidward moves into SpongeBob's house. I have to give a nod to one of my other favorite episodes, The Algae is Always Greener, because I may have quoted it more than any other episode, solely because...
Which one was Algae is Always Greener?
Do you think this is funny? In a cosmic sort of way, yes.
Oh,
that
wellness
was so funny,
the
man.
plankton experiencing Krabs' life. Also,
Good
I just
grief, he's naked.
this probably isn't even in my top 5, but I constantly think about the idea of this episode, the one where Mr. Krabs sells out and they turn the Krusty Krab into a Ruby Tuesdays. And,
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to have to speak to human resources.
Human resources.
That
Exactly.
episode shaped. Whenever I hear human resources, that image is somewhere in the back of my mind.
Fun fact about that episode: it was written by and voiced by C.H. Greenblatt, the creator of Chowder.
Yes.
So good.
Yes, he was a major storyboard guy on SpongeBob before he did Chowder, and
Also, just a brief shout out to pizza delivery.
Oh yes.
Love
Oh,
pizza
I
delivery.
literally I ordered a pizza today and the pizza was cold, so I messaged Jordan and I went, "The pizza's cold."
I saw that.
Oh darn!
I made an
I'm with him
animation.
right now. Going to please show me this text message.
Oh yeah, of course.
When I was younger, I made an
It's
animation.
It's not just a boulder.
It's a rock.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, that's all we really had to say about SpongeBob, right?
Really, yeah. We all love it. It's probably going to win the whole thing. We love the show dearly. Actually, can I say one more thing about SpongeBob before we go to vote? And I'll make it quick. I swear to God. I have had many disagreements with my dad about SpongeBob because he does not get it. He thinks it's this inane, dumb, nonsensical show, and it is in a way.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really get the writing of it. He doesn't really get what we all got from it. And I've tried to explain it a million times. Dad, it is our Flintstones.
So
we don't
actually,
really get the Flintstones, but he loves it and quotes it, and it's a generational thing. You grow up with a show like SpongeBob with the Flintstones, and you swear by it, even if other generations don't get it.
Yeah, because there is something I would like to say about SpongeBob though, is
Mm,
that unlike a lot of the other shows at the time, I feel like if anything was, in some ways, it's kind of a throwback. Like it takes it's not like a lot of the other cartoons that were coming out then. It has a lot of inspiration from like much earlier cartoons, like kind of a Looney Tunes thing in some of like the way certain things work. Like the show's internal logic sometimes functions a little bit more like a lot of more retro shows.
I mean, the thing that's really good, the thing that's great about SpongeBob, you take any SpongeBob script, just take the script and change the names. It's still funny. It's
Absolutely.
a good comedy,
Such good
written show.
We could spend
That's the thing.
the 4-hour, 30-minute runtime just.
We could
quoting
have the
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob-ese.
Yeah,
Well,
no, that's
what
actually
makes
an
it
idea.
really-
We actually might.
Where we're
Mick,
saying
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
We might,
we might
have
actually-
a SpongeBob lease.
We all like SpongeBob enough that we could just do a bracket of like 16 of the best episodes. I would be totally.
I would be so
Shit.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess we could vote. Yeah, unless anyone has
Yeah.
anything else to
Probably
say.
could.
I might
I don't
say
think so.
some things during the vote.
Yeah. Okay. Same. But yeah.
So, the voting order has shifted.
Yay.
Jordan is the first to go.
Okay. All right. One last thing about SpongeBob. Well, not one last thing because we're probably going to be talking about it for a while. A lot of the stock music they used comes from the Sam Spence archives, and Sam Spence was NFL Films' stock composer. And so a lot of the themes you hear, like a lot of like beginning of episode music, and especially the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy theme, are NFL Films music. My dad works for NFL Films, so he'd come into the room and he'd hear, dun 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 dun, and he'd be like, "Oh, that's Films music, amazing." So I have a lot of respect for it just from how he would use music, and that's just the tiniest part of this show. So much of what SpongeBob did was incredible, amazing. Admittedly, I did not watch a lot of Invader Zim growing up. I feel like I only had room in my mind for one cartoon channel neurodivergent weirdo, and that was already taken by Maxwell Adams. So I feel like I would probably really dig Invader Zim had I grown up with it. That, and also the fact that SpongeBob is a titan in my mind, I am giving it to SpongeBob SquarePants.
It is Mark's turn.
All right, so one more quick thing about SpongeBob SquarePants. Does anyone here remember the video now?
I do not.
Oh, for the
The-
game.
Yes.
I owned one of those.
Okay. I own a red video now, and I don't know if it came with it or my parents bought it from, but it came with like a Nickelodeon set. So I had like some Nickelodeon episodes to watch, and they were in black and white because that was the
They didn't release them in color right away.
No, they didn't. So one of them was Band Geeks. Oh. So I got that shit memorized.
Hell yeah.
Yep, and even in black and white, even at like 144p on a small ass screen, I still had a great time every single time I watched it. So I'm going to be giving it to SpongeBob.
Of course.
Alrighty. Mick?
I'm going to vote for SpongeBob, obviously. Because it's SpongeBob. Like, it's hard to say anything about it. You know, it's a bit. It's you know, look, it's a bit like walking into what's the greatest movie of. We're having like a greatest movie of all time bracket, and we get the Citizen Kane, and it's like, I mean, do we have to say anything? Kane?
Yeah.
It's like this is. It's hard to, you know. So yeah, I'm voting for SpongeBob.
Clanky?
I want to make it clear that I like SpongeBob more than Invader Zim, but my vote is going to Invader Zim because if I don't vote for it, no one will.
That's fair.
Invader Zim really, like, a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate for Invader Zim because I actually really like that
Invader
show.
Zim's more than a coughing baby.
Oh yeah, no, allow me to rectify it. Invader Zim is like a pro wrestler, and then SpongeBob's a hydrogen bomb. But Taylor.
No, I mean, listen, I really gotta say, I do feel like we undersold just how good Invader Zim is. I mean, no, I didn't watch it a ton as a kid, but I did later as an adult go and watch all of the episodes. And, like, if I thought Richard Horvitz was great as Billy, Richard Horvitz as Zim is the epitome of the Richard Horvitz voice, where he takes a base level of calmness, but then it's constantly escalated by these operatic inflections as Zim is declarative of his goals and says his own name. I am Zim!
Victory for Zim!
Zim!
I think that this is just
washing. And it's just that combined with his destructive tendencies and the inability to pull him off that I just keep the show working. I disagree, Clanky. If you actually watch enough of the show, I think Zim beats Dib way more than Dib beats Zim. Which I find really fascinating because, like, Dib's whole thing is that nobody cares about him either, because they all think he's a weirdo. And I just find that it's almost Looney Tunes-esque in a lot of ways, in this like really dark way. Fucking Zim controls everyone with a pimple one time. I don't know. I just wanted to talk about Zim some more because I really do like Zim, and I just feel like it's got these high highs that only escalated further when Florpus came out, and like. Yeah. I disagree with the concept that we don't have to talk about SpongeBob because it's SpongeBob. I wouldn't want to vote for it just because it is SpongeBob. I would want to just be declarative on its good and bad qualities, because there are things about SpongeBob that I'm not as stoked about in relation to other stuff. But at the end of the day, like, SpongeBob just has too many good things, and it's just the most quotable thing on here. And to the degree that it's kind of unfair that we're kind of going exclusively off the fact that we just have studied these episodes so much. And I'm almost to the point where I've seen them too much, but it's not enough to not vote for it right now because I do fucking love the show. And so I'm voting for it. But I could totally vote for Zim if I wanted to.
Exactly. They're both really, really, really good shows.
I'm assuming Mick is antsy because these are his favorite things.
Well, one of them is. One was an honorable mention.
We get to talk about Jorge Gutierrez.
This is a mirror match. We have Gotta Catch 'Em All because he's Danny Phantom. Submitted by Mick versus El Tigre, The Adventures of Manny Rivera, which was submitted by Mick. Well, Mick, you want to go first? Just out of curiosity?
Nah, Taylor can go first.
All right, Taylor, you start.
No, I'm joking.
No, well, because Mick, I had an interesting way we could handle El Tigre because I did watch my first 2 episodes last night, so I was going to ask you some questions.
Okay, sure.
So, I only saw 2 episodes. Mick I went to Mick and I said, Mick, what episodes of El Tigre should I watch? And he recommended Fistful of Nickels and El Cuevo, was it?
Yeah, Enter the Cuevo.
Yes, Enter the Cuevo. And the thing is, Mick, I enjoyed this quite a bit. Like, I'll tell you right off the bat, it's hard to vote for this because I don't have the same nostalgia for it over other stuff. But there is an element that I immediately appreciate, and I need you to tell me if I was right to catch on to this. So, yeah. Manny has a dad who is a hero, and Manny has a granddad who is a villain. So Manny El Tigre is actually not a superhero or a supervillain. He is this neutral party who constantly seems to be in the zone of neutrality, where sometimes he does good and sometimes he does bad. Is that like the whole gimmick of the show?
So, Jorge Gutierrez. Yeah. So he was born in Mexico City, but he was raised in Tijuana. His father was a architect. His grandfather was a general in the Mexican military. And this would have been during Mexico's, like, dictatorial, we were going to massacre our own citizens over ideological reasons era. And so, I think, at least, based on his age, I'm guessing this would have been during the Cristero War, but that's a total guess on me. Point being, he kind of exaggerated this into, it's funny, because my father built things, but my grandfather destroyed things for a living.
I like that.
And that gave him the inspiration to do a show about a teenager whose father is a superhero and his grandfather is a supervillain. As a result, the show is able to have a sort of a superhero show, but keep that sort of that's the same kind of balance that a lot of kids shows have, where the main character creates the problem and then has to fix it themselves. Usually, he starts out as a villain, or he does something villainous, and then winds up having to become the hero at the end. And it kind of plays with that. Does
it ever go in the opposite direction?
Wouldn't work as well.
But
you're right. But I mean, like, almost in the way that, like, he gets his comeuppance from doing a bad thing in the end, like how Ed, Edd and Eddy always lose at the end.
Yeah, so there are certainly episodes like that where sometimes at the end he tries to do the morally high ground thing.
Yeah, he seems to always be aligned with his friends and his family.
So like there's an episode where he proceeds to cheat at a soccer match. And they managed to get to the tournament, and then he finally is like, "No, I can't do this. But I have to play fair." And so they finally play fair, and they lose. And then and then the ending of the episode is him being chased by a bus full of fans being pelted by rocks. But obviously, they're never actually gonna end the show with, "Oh, it turns out being, where it's like, oh, actually doing it's like the right thing to do was to actually be evil." Like that's never gonna be the solution.
No,
but anyway,
I was just curious how far they went with it.
Yeah. Let's go again. But to actually talk about the show for those who haven't seen it. El Tigre is a superhero cartoon that takes place in a fictional Mexican city called Miracle City, which is literally it's like Gotham City in terms of how crime-ridden it is.
Oh shit, it was a kid's show.
But it's very Day of the Dead, which I really like.
Yeah, so it's very, very Mexican. What's going on? The main character his name is Manny Rivera, and he has an alternate superhero identity as El Tigre, which he can transform into at will by a belt buckle. It gives him power. Like he has claws and shit, and also grappling hook arms. His father is a superhero named his father Rodolfo is the superhero White Pantera, who wields his superpower is that he has the bronze boots of truth. He has a luchador mask that he always wears even in his non-superhero identity. What's going on? But then his grandfather is who I think his name is Jorge, but they only ever really call him Grandpappy. Is the evil supervillain Puma Loco, who has a golden sombrero that can transform into a robot suit.
Very Dr. Fetus-like.
Sure. What's it again? And the episodes are, as me and Taylor kind of implied through our back and forth, you know, the kind of, you know, it's usually Manny trying to do, you know, the kind of normal kid things that, you know, kids are usually interested in, and he uses his powers to, you know, get something he probably shouldn't.
I mean, literally the episode you recommended to me, he opens up with, I'm totally not going to go rob a bank. Then his grandpa comes in, it's like, Manny, I got those bank robbing tools.
Yeah, like, it's...
That's great. I love that
And
guy.
meanwhile, his dad has this briefcase of grapefruits, and he keeps dropping the briefcase, and grapefruits keep falling out all throughout the episode.
Perfect.
I believe that's also the episode where the running gag is something falls, explodes, catches fire, and then gets savaged by a pack of wolves.
Oh my god,
I don't think that's the one, but they do keep calling back reference to this parrot that Manny had killed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. There's this parrot.
And like I just appreciated the amount of wit and callbacks that were generated from just this one episode. That's when I was like, yeah, the energy of this show, I could see myself getting really sucked into.
Yeah, and so they are able to sort of very easily kind of meld this sort of very fast-paced, very witty comedy with a bunch of callbacks, with actually some very decent, like some really well-animated action sequences as well.
Good.
And some very, very clever designed and imagined supervillains as well. There's a recurring one who's like, he's like a bear-themed superhero named El Oso, voiced by John DiMaggio. What's going on? Manny has his own sort of, if El Tigre is Batman, he has his own sort of Catwoman in the form of a fellow student of his, Zoe, who has the secret identity of Black Cuervo. Taylor, you saw the episode where she's introduced. There's a later episode where
I saw that she came back in a few of them because I was trying to see if this show ended up going anywhere narratively, but it seems to have ended before it could really go anywhere.
It didn't. It wasn't super long lived, but they wound up revealing that actually her mother previously dated Manny's dad, as well as her grandmother previously dated his grandfather, and so there's like a generational of like, but you know, all the Rivera superheroes, they're all cat based, whereas they're all bird based. You know, because El Tigre, obviously Tiger, White Pantera, White Panther, and then Puma Loco, Crazy Puma. I
do think the animation is a little choppy, but I also enjoy Jimmy Neutron, so what the fuck am I talking about?
Fair enough,
You know.
But I only say that just because he talked about the action sequences, and if I have to go strictly off action sequences of the two shows that are here, I might.
I might. So yeah, I guess I'll talk about Danny Phantom as well. I know I went over time. I'm really sorry about that, especially because I was the one who seemed to be antsy to get going this entire time. We're like, we're gonna move on. So Danny Phantom is another Butch Hartman show, which involves a high school student named Danny whose parents are ghost hunters, and they have this portal they build in their basement to the ghost dimension. He gets caught in it.
Very strange machine, if you will.
Nick, you're getting the pitch wrong. They were designed to view a world unseen, and when it didn't quite work as folks, they just quit. And then Danny took a look inside of it. There was a great big flash of things that changed, and his molecules got all rearranged.
Listen, the El Tigre opening opens with a monologue that I considered giving for the pitch. Okay.
Well, why didn't you?
Because I wasn't sure where to begin. Danny Phantom, you know, very nicely animated show, kind of superhero action. It
is the most Spider-Man-like superhero out of all of these, I gotta say. He has quips.
Yeah.
Oh, Spider-Man is absolutely Butch Hartman's favorite superhero.
Yes.
So it's very obvious and how the world is built around Danny Phantom, the types of literally every villain in Danny Phantom has some sort of connection either to Danny in some way, which is very Spider-Man like.
Awesome.
But
Yeah.
But it is pretty cool.
Yeah, though the villain ensemble here is great. Skulker, the Warden, Desiree the Genie, his arch enemy Black.
Box Ghost!
I was gonna say the Box Ghost, of course.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Please continue. The almighty Box Ghost.
Vlad Masterson.
Yeah, Vlad Plasmus. Yeah, I loved him. In his Green Bay fixation. I
Yeah,
loved him.
that's right, the Green Bay Packers fan.
Yes,
The one that
huge.
sucks off people's energy.
Mark Hamill as Undergrowth.
Oh man.
I don't remember him.
He was in a movie. He was a giant plant ghost.
Towards the end, they had like this little shit kid that like just terrorized him. He was like a pirate kid.
When I think like, because the creative team, it was Butch Hartman, it was Steve Marmel, I believe was the name, and then like in season 3, Marmel left, or there was a falling out, or whatever. So then Bush kind of had control over season 3, and a lot of people in the community is like, yeah, this season isn't as good.
Almost as if Butch on his own isn't as good. Because I think that one of the great things about Danny Phantom is that like it mixes the Butch Hartman humor with more action stuff, with more world building stuff, with better like serialization. It's the next level of what Butch was capable of. The only problem is that when he's left to his own devices, it may not be as good. But I think Danny Phantom's really underrated, and I think that it did a lot well in such a short run.
Jesus, Jordan. Next, you're gonna tell me Tough Puppy wasn't that good.
Oh, oof.
I want to tell a story, but I know this pitch already went on for a while, so I'm going to save it for now, but I'm going to try to remember it later on when we know we have more time.
Okay.
Oh, and I gotta mention John Cryer as the fucking carnival ringmaster.
Oh,
John
yes! The
That
one where they do the Infinity Saga, essentially.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, that was a great one.
Yeah. John Cryer plays a carny who's made his mission to like collect different colored stones to like rule the world, and it's the gauntlet from the MCU pretty much.
And it's funny that John Cryer would want to spend all this time and energy doing this big Marvel Comics plot because he was in Superman 4.
You know, actually, something there's another like really clever episode. They do a Christmas episode where the entire thing is written in rhyme.
Oh, beautiful.
What?
Do they? Oh gosh,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, because as it turns out, there's a ghost that writes poetry and like can trap people in poetry, and that's the
pretty cool.
bit.
Oh, I vaguely remember this. Yeah, no, dude, it's like I don't have a ton to say about Danny Phantom. It's just a high production show.
Mhm.
Yeah, really good show. Yeah.
Oh, and Sidney Poindexter, that one episode I liked.
All right.
It's that's Jordan's turn.
It is, yeah. One fun fact I wanted to say about El Tigre and just doing an IMDb dust up on it is that the themes that you were talking about, Mick, of heroes and villains carries to the voice cast, because his father, the hero, is played by Eric Bauza, who currently plays Bugs Bunny. His grandfather, the villain, is voiced by Carlos Alazraqui, who also voices a character that Taylor does a really good impression of.
Carlos Alazraqui is a hack. So, Crocker, it's been a while, but like, come on.
Prepare
Stick to
meet
your
your
lane.
maker.
Beautiful. But yeah, it's funny because it's not every day that in a Showlies or a Filmlies that someone pitching something that I haven't really seen or brushed up on can really sell it to me over something that I'm familiar with. But it is also the case of I really like Jorge Gutierrez. I love his other animation work. He did The Book of Life. That's a cool movie. He is also a unabashedly neurodivergent creative, and I really, really like those.
Yeah, he's
Butch
autistic.
Hartman.
He only learned he was autistic when his son got diagnosed.
Yeah. I
That happens quite a few times to a lot of people where they only find out that they have
believe me,
they
I'm
have
aware
an
of
issue
a couple
after
cases
their
like those.
children get diagnosed.
Yeah, but yeah, no, Jorge Gutierrez is incredible. Butch Hartman is Butch Hartman. Even though I have more fond memories of Danny Phantom, I feel like I have more fond memories of the same 3 or 4 Danny Phantom episodes being reran. I feel like I would really like El Tigre, and that is why I am voting for it.
Yeah. I also something else. Like obviously, I didn't mention this because this is also something that probably best. I'm not sure. This might be this might best be cut, but the idea, the city, Miracle City, which is supposedly so like utterly crime ridden. I would like to mention that Gutierrez did grow up in Tijuana.
Yes. So there you go.
All right.
That would be you next, I believe.
Marc, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I haven't seen much of El Tigre. When the show was on, this sounds like the most batshit bad thing, but like, the art style kind of threw me off.
Okay.
I don't know what this is. I'm a little bit confused by it. I will say that now I'm more willing to watch more El Tigre, but Danny Phantom is the show that I watched, hence I'm going to vote for Danny Phantom.
Amazing.
Mick?
I am voting for El Tigre because Butch Hartman refused to acknowledge that the ghost zone is purgatory.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, Butch.
All right, Clanky.
Listen, I might defend Butch Hartman as a fellow brother in Christ, but I don't think he'd extend me the same courtesy.
Isn't Butch Hartman a Danganronpa fan?
I think he's trying to be a Danganronpa fan to get more people to buy his shit.
Whatever.
That's not gonna work, Jordan.
I know.
Anyway, Clanky.
Yeah, I guess my hot take is that I never really liked Danny Phantom, so I'm voting for El Tigre.
Oh wow.
And Taylor.
I could vote for Danny Phantom, or we could vote for my hit TV show, Danny Phantom, which is Danny Phantom, the Pokemon from Gen 6, who has ghost grass powers and goes on adventures with his friend.
You tried. You did try.
Just one of these where Pokemon doesn't show up. That's all I ask.
You
Just
did it
one of
specifically to torture Jordan.
I love Danny Phantom.
Did he even air on this channel?
I think it ultimately had an actual narrative payoff, which I appreciated. I think it's got a lot of fun adventures, a lot of quips. Didn't have to mention Tucker, who's just a bro. Yeah, I would watch more El Tigre, which I didn't expect to enjoy it quite as much as I did. It's a little disheartening to know that it doesn't really go anywhere, but I would still watch more of it. Danny Phantom.
I mean, not every cartoon has to go anywhere, which is funny because of what's coming immediately next.
Actually, one thing about El Tigre, didn't he actually he did some copyright, he contacted Nickelodeon for this, but didn't he actually get El Tigre to show up in the Book of Life at the end?
There is a cameo of the characters. It's very small. It's very hard to see. But in a
all right.
Well, by the way, I thought it was funny that Danny Phantom and El Tigre made it into the same bracket because they were slotted in the same hour, so there were commercials with both of them in it.
Yeah.
Where it would
it's
be
also
like
funny that they were both my picks and they are both superhero shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we had some interesting line. It's like SpongeBob and Invader Zim have very similar energies to them.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I just noticed El Tigre's gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
Oh
This
my
next
God.
round.
I'll be real with you, man. I thought El Tigre was going to die round one. So
Fair enough.
This next round
well,
is what I would call Marc, welcome to the yearlies. Hope you survive the experience.
Here's the thing, right? I'll sometimes say that we like to sometimes say that this yearlies or this film leads is a fight for second place. I think this time it really is a fight for second place.
Well,
but
considering one of these, it might be closer than you might.
It might be a
you
fight
all
for
better
third
be
place.
talking about the one I'm thinking you're talking about.
Oh, Taylor, I definitely am.
I'm gonna announce these.
Are you sure?
Either.
I'm gonna
Are
announce
you
these
sure?
two because
Taylor, yeah.
I'm gonna announce these two because I've been so excited. I've been waiting months to do this, but we're finally here, performing for you.
Oh, what is the point?
It's Hey Arnold, which is a Marc pick, against my wild card pick
You did beautiful, kid.
for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh.
I may have waken up everyone in my house by doing that.
It was worth it, though. For Avatar, it was worth it.
Yeah.
We could talk about Hey Arnold, or we could talk about my hit TV show that I have actually conceptualized since 2016, Hey Jarnold,
You know what?
which is a show about a jar on a coffee table, live action. A camera sits in front of the screen for 8 hours, and the jar wants to give life lessons, but it's a jar, so it can't speak. So instead, a couple is in the background going through a very messy divorce, and the actual 8 hours is spent with like an actual them in and out of the room, calling family members, like actually watching an actual live marriage break down. And at the end, the jar speaks and tries to hand down life advice, but they break the jar because it's just too violent.
Well, I mean, look,
I
Taylor,
wanted to interrupt that, but like I'd be such a hypocrite if I did.
if you wanted to put
Anyway,
Hey
who's
Jarl
going
in the
first?
bracket, you should have just put it in one of your entries.
Well, it never got made is the problem. Like, I'll be real.
Appearing soon on Movie Goners.
That
If
you know
that
what,
ever comes
Taylor,
back, yeah.
If I make Hey Jarnold, will you guys watch it?
Taylor,
Yes, sir.
pitch that to Butch Hartman. He's got that streaming service. It's gonna come out any day now.
I don't know.
pitch
I'm
that
thinking
show.
the ghost of Steven Hillenberg might have better luck.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Let's
so
can
Marc,
we talk
I'm in a
about the
good
fucking
mood. Do you
shows?
want to start, or do you want to
Okay.
have me go off about Avatar?
I'll be
I mean-
very brief. I'll be very brief with Hey Arnold.
That's
Well,
It's
if you're
actually
brief, I'm
pretty-
gonna pick up your slack. So
Okay, all right. So pretty much, okay. So here's what Hey Arnold is. Pretty much, it's Craig Bartlett, who's obviously a huge Charles Schultz fan.
Yeah.
Going, okay, what if I did Peanuts, except it's in the city, so it's more than just one black character. Well, wait,
There's a few.
just two more, Harold.
and what if
And
instead of
if-
kicking the football, he was the football?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. So what Hey Arnold is, and also it's kind of crazy to think that like originally Hey Arnold was just claymation shorts. He did just claymation shorts that Craig did that aired on Sesame Street of all places. It's insane, but it became this Nickelodeon show where essentially it was telling the story of these inner city kids who have this bond of the city, of life essentially, and each episode is just focusing on one of the kids who lives in PS 118, and
was it 117 or 18?
I'm pretty sure it's PS 118. I could be wrong.
I think you're right, actually.
And it's just each episode is just okay. We're gonna do one about Mr. Simmons. A documentary crew's coming in, and Mr. Simmons is paranoid, and Arnold helps him. Or a very good one would be Harold the Butcher, where
I was gonna say Harold the Hebrew.
They know what? Okay, hot take. This show did better Jewish representation than Rugrats.
Absolutely.
No, I will not apologize for that.
Absolutely.
Because
Look,
it's
listen,
true.
you might listen, Mark. You might be right. There's an episode where he's on the bus and the guy goes, "I'm gonna beat you up. Say your prayers." And Harold goes,
It's
First of all,
great.
it's
And
the
as
greatest.
as someone who did go through bar mitzvah training and failed it hard.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst.
absolutely- It's oh my god. It was so
I just
good.
realized
It
this Yearlies is officially half Jewish.
Yeah. Anyways,
We did it.
But we did a Reddit. Anyways, it would be wrong if I didn't bring this up, considering my little side project I do with Jordan. But there's a great episode called "What's Opera Arnold," which, first of all, it's written by the show's creator, Greg Bartlett, which it's essentially like it's a send-up of opera, but very clearly when you're watching, going, "Oh, that's a What's Opera Doc reference. Oh, that's a What's Opera Doc reference."
They're doing the Looney Tunes. It's amazing.
There's literally the best one being when Helga is going like, "And I will get you with my golden
Magic
Magic
slingshot.
Yeah, magic
No. It was
slingshot."
Golden Magic Slingshot, and
Yeah.
they thought she was saying. I listened to the soundtrack to Hey Arnold a ton as a kid, so I listened to the songs
so good.
from this so much.
Jim Lee, man, Jim Lee does a banger job every single episode.
Amazing.
Fantastic. And I'll end my thoughts with this. Like Harold's like, oh, it's that one Nickelodeon show where like you enjoy it as a kid, but then you go back later as an adult and you really like understand and go like, oh my god, this goes so beyond what most kids shows do. Anyways, watch the show this is going up against.
No, wait.
Well, hold on. I will say, I was distracted for a brief moment. Did anyone bring up the Pigeon Man episode?
No.
No.
I didn't.
That's my favorite Hey Arnold episode.
Yeah,
That's great.
and I have a few more things I have to say because this is
That's
actually
4 mentions of suicide in the show, in the Nickelodeon Showlies.
He didn't die. He went to France. They showed him in the Jungle movie.
guys stop.
France is
please.
basically hell, right?
This is actually the hardest one for me, dude. Arnold is probably one of the greatest, kindest, most well-meaning, spirited protagonists to ever grace television and this network and this bracket. He is always standing up for his fellow kid and adult alike. He is always the one who will throw himself into any problem that comes his way. He always has a life lesson to hand down to anybody. He doesn't create the problems, he fixes the problem, which is so antithesis to all of the like, oh, we fucked up, better clean up my mess situations that all of these shows have to create. He's the easiest person to root for in the world, and that's why I am. If you guys ever watch the Jungle movie, the actual TV finale they did in the same way that they did Florpus, it is so good, and the way they handle the end of the first act is way more the payoff to the series than the end of the third act, which is also good, but it's just, Arnold is just such an amazing dude, and I love him, and just the acts of human genuinity is, God, I could talk about this show fucking for another 8 minutes, but it's not fair to Christian, so I'll just Christian just take it away from me.
Monolith it's going up against.
I'm gonna take as much time as I need. I don't care how long you talk about Hey Arnold.
Oh, 20 minutes for Avatar: The Last Airbender! Hooray!
It's my fucking show. I'm the host.
You don't own the shows.
I'm the host. Me,
also,
it's my popsicle stand.
Christian.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. Had you not put it as your wild card pick, something would have been bumped off my list.
Okay.
I would have been tempted to change it as well.
That does make me feel better because this seems like tough
I
competition.
probably would have put it higher than SpongeBob.
This
I would have
seems
put it higher than Magic Show.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to say. Avatar: The Last Airbender was my wild card pick because it's my favorite thing on this bracket, and my what's the best way of wording this? My second favorite non-anime show of all time. I don't know. It's like my.
That's a bit.
You know what? I'll just say this.
You know what? Let's not burn that bridge.
I'll say it's my fourth.
I understood it.
It's my fourth favorite show of all time. Let's say that. That's an easier thing to say. It's my fourth favorite show ever. And. This is another one like SpongeBob, where it's like a lot of you know what Avatar is and what it's about. You know, Earth, Wind, Fire, Water. Long ago, they lived in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked on us and stuff.
All that changed.
You know what? Actually, let me just ask this: is anyone here not seen Avatar?
Hey, if any of you in the audience, if you are the viewer,
there you go.
Stop watching. Go watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, then come back.
Not the movie, the show.
I get the impression, based on the fact that everyone's heard of it, we're about to spoil the shit out of this.
Oh, I'm going to spoil the shit out of the show. So anyway.
Also, while you're at it, go watch The Sopranos. I just want to make you waste more time.
Oh, yeah, you have to watch The Sopranos.
So anyway,
can you watch our show instead, please? The Sopranos? Enough people have seen The Sopranos.
So anyway, Zuko's one of the best characters in any show ever. He goes one of the
Zuko's growth is incredible.
Goes one of the best character arcs I've ever seen.
But you know who's better than Zuko?
Who?
Iroh.
Iroh,
oh
my
Iroh.
God, voiced by Ku, voiced by Mako. He's amazing. So Leaves from the Vine makes me cry every single time because the Tales of Boss Sing is one of the best episodes of the show. There are so many good episodes. Most of the episodes of the show are fantastic.
I will say though, do you want to know why it took me so long to like this show?
Okay.
Because the only 2 episodes I saw as a kid were from book 1. And they were The Great Divide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck.
And the very first Kyoshi Warriors episode.
Oh,
which
good.
But The Great Divide is a rough start. But I will say, there's so many. There's the episode where everyone watches a play where the show makes fun
The
of itself.
Ember Island Players
We
is the
used
best
it as a
recap
Dub Night one.
episode ever.
I can detect everything with that. I can detect everything around my area with a sonic wave. Ah!
Remember the fact that literally, like, the final season of the show where they're building up to it. They do the first episode, everyone's back. Do the second. What are we gonna do for the second episode? I know. Let's parody Footloose.
Yes.
I love
Fire.
I love the entire second half of the second season where fucking, like, you know, that's that part where Zuko, like, doesn't have, like, his full memory, and, like, him and Iroh and everyone else are just bumming around bossing say. It feels like the best way I could describe it is that it kind of feels like Persona 4 or JoJo Part 4.
What do you mean they don't have their memory?
It's been a while since I watched the show. What was the reason that Zuko wasn't aggressive again?
I
He wasn't
forget.
looking for the fire.
They were fleeing from Azula, so they couldn't make a scene.
That was the reason.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, to work at a
Who,
cafe.
Who, by the way, is also great. And
fucking, I love
the
it.
final, as a kid, when I first watched Avatar, the final fight with Aang and the Fire Lord, I thought was the best. But in reality, Zuko versus Azula with the fucking the lightning and the darkness setting, that's the fucking best.
Azula's the best villain in the
Then
show.
she gets, then she gets chained up and she's like her hair's all messed up and she's just
Yeah.
like, raging against nothing.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about this show. The animation, holy shit! It's probably the best animated
Incredible.
show on this bracket. Like, let's be real.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful show. I love the main cast. Aang and Katara have such a wonderful chemistry to each other. Sokka is hilarious.
Sokka is. Can I just say, Sokka is both the comic relief, but also one of the most one of the bravest, most courageous, and most competent members of the team.
Yes.
Like, remember the first episode? All right, he is prepared to fight the entire Fire Nation ship alone because he's the only man left in the village. Like,
And then
that's
he goes,
bold as shit.
He's the tactician.
Yeah.
And he has his own love story that you wouldn't really expect from the
My
serial
first girlfriend
side
was the
character.
moon.
He has multiple.
He's Sokka. He's knows what's
My
up.
first girlfriend was the moon.
Oh, that's so
That's
true.
rough,
He
buddy.
did date the moon.
Thank you.
Oh my god. And then
Yeah. Oh, that Prison Break episode, fantastic.
Jeez.
Oh
Oh,
my
the
god.
Boiling
Yeah,
Rock.
so good.
Christian, I do want to just say one thing. It's not that I don't dislike Aang and Katara's chemistry. I don't like their romance.
it's
Okay.
You're allowed to have wrong opinions.
I just think it was just way too long. It was just like this little brother dynamic that I just felt like when they tried to make it, because Aang is like so much more kid-like to her that it always just felt weird. I didn't think it worked all that well.
We'll agree and disagree on that one. I always found it very endearing, honestly, when I watched it way back in the day. Also, none of us mentioned Toph. Toph is probably one of the best
Dude,
characters
Toph
in
is
the show.
great.
I mean,
I've been saying that so-and-so is the best character in the show for every character in the
There's
Yeah,
show.
I know,
so
right?
many shows.
So, like, that just goes to quality. I love, like, we brought up the Moon Lady. I love the first season finale where Aang, like, becomes the fish, right? And he just, like, beats the shit out of everyone.
I
fucking-
love the face stealer.
Oh, like, the blood bending, the
That's
fucking...
great. The Halloween episode.
Toph learning how to bend metal.
The metal,
Yeah.
and when Toph's like, I'm the greatest earthbender ever, and she bends the shit out of a metal box and runs away. It's the fucking...
Wait,
And then
did
she-
Jet die? You know, it was really unclear.
And that's the thing. She's running away, and she's using like the hills as basically like roller skates as she like runs away.
It's
And then they
so
pull up
cool.
alongside of her on the Sky Bison, and they're like, "Hey, Toph," and she gets freaked out because she's still blind.
and need I forget, a giant mushroom. Maybe it's friendly. But actually,
There is no war in Bossing Say.
Should I state that the only reason I ever ended up watching the show was because back in high school, everyone I knew started singing the Secret Tunnel song, and I was like, hey,
Of course.
hey, haha, guys, what's this from? And they refused to tell me. They were keeping
Yeah.
me out of their inside joke.
I also don't like that episode
Damn.
that much.
And I
It's
was
a
like,
fun
guys,
episode.
why won't you tell me what this is from? And they were like, because you haven't watched Avatar. And I'm like,
We let
oh.
love guide our way. Really? We let giant mole rats guide our way.
Question. When
oh.
they said because we watch Avatar, did you reply, I love those blue people.
I should have said that. Yeah.
The Avatar movies are actually good, but that's a whole different conversation.
I could go on my controversial opinions about that,
Imagine
but that's a
Cameron?
film lease in the far future. But
Yeah.
what I will say is, yep, Avatar, for a long period of my life, was my favorite show of all time, and it was the second show I ever binged. I enjoyed every second of it. It was the first time I ever had post-series depression.
Oh yeah.
Where I grew so attached to the characters that I was miserable that I no longer got to see them anymore. It's just kind of beautiful that this show exists. And you know what? Honestly, if it loses to Hey Arnold, I kind of understand, because from what everyone has said about Hey Arnold and what I've seen, it's also really good. So
Yeah.
we're just gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, Avatar is one of the most ambitious children's shows of its era, and like even now, it's like just.
The only non-anime show that I like more than it is Over the Garden Wall, which is also incredibly ambitious. So, Jordan, who are you going to vote for today?
Avatar: The Last Airbender is a show that does not hold up in the era of streaming, because the week-by-week sort of watch of this show made a lot of the reveals and a lot of the big episodes feel big, whereas when you're watching it on Netflix, as I did during the summer of 2020, and you get to the big, like, climactic episodes, and you get things like, oh, sorry, your boss battle is in another castle. Also, we're stealing Sokka's father so we can have stakes for the finale. And then you just have to go with it and be like, okay, that didn't just completely waste my time. And oh, there's 5 more episodes till the end. This show toys with you and toys with you and toys with you. I'm voting for it.
Pog, let's go. All right, Mark, what you
I knew he was going to do that. Did you guys know he was going to do that?
Yeah,
did.
It didn't quite manage to capture the same energy as Nightmare Before Christmas, but you
try
got
one.
close. You got close.
All right, so here's my Avatar.
Thank you, Jordan. I
story.
respect what you've done.
Yay!
Here's my Avatar story. So, I was at my grandma's for my seasonal sleepovers that I did over there as a kid, and I couldn't sleep one night, so I turned the TV on, turned on Nickelodeon, and it was the night of the Avatar series finale.
No.
No. Hear me out. So I have this sick thing where I actually do if it just happens that a series finale is on and I have nothing else to do, I'll be like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's see what happens here. Why not? And I will say, in watching the series finale with little to no context on the show, I was greatly entertained. I'm like, wow, this is actually really well done, and it feels big and epic.
The Melon
Feels
Lord.
big exactly. It feels big and epic. Mark Hamill's the bad guy. It's
He's so good.
Mark Hamill's always the bad guy.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's always so good, isn't
He's been the good guy once, and then it's so defined his career. He's like never again.
Yeah, so it was so good. And it wasn't until 2 or 3 years ago that my friend group got the Avatar series on Blu-ray. He was like, yeah, this is really good, all these bonus features and stuff. So I'm like, ooh, bonus features, I love those. So I did wind up buying the Avatar set on Blu-ray.
Good.
And I'm trying to go through it. It's very much if I'm in the mood to do it sort of thing.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about it as well.
I am working my way through the series. Anyways, long story short, I'm voting for Hey Arnold.
Cool.
Arnold. It's my turn now. And I put up Avatar: The Last Airbender, so I think I'm gonna vote for that.
Right.
Wait.
Christian,
All right, Mick, your turn.
Wait a
Christian.
minute.
Voted for Avatar.
Christian, Nick, Christian, you don't get to vote.
It's his Showlies. He gets to vote.
Yeah,
if
it's
he
my
wants.
popsicle stand.
I don't like the idea that host owns the rights to whatever yearlies we're doing.
Yeah,
Look, if Graham's taught me anything, it's that I can do whatever I want.
Graham is a terrible guy.
All right,
Graham
gonna send that to
proposed
him.
to me yesterday.
Mick, did you vote for Avatar?
Yes, I voted for Avatar.
Clanky, your turn.
I've never seen Hey Arnold.
Avatar.
Yes! And Taylor.
Jesus Christ, man. Avatar doesn't need my vote. Obviously, it's better, but it doesn't need my vote. So let me just fucking let me just not leave Hey Arnold alone with one person. Like, I mean, just let me be polite to Arnold. And like, yes, obviously Avatar's better, but fucking Arnold.
Avatar wins 4-2. Yes, thank you.
I've always been more of a fan of Hey Arnold. Show has never really given a chance.
Thank you. You know, Mick, thank you so much for saying that. Do you want to? I'm working on a second episode. Do you want to help? We'll pitch it to Craig Bartlett together.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Awesome.
Final round. We have Legends of the Hidden Temple, which was submitted by someone you may know by the name of Jordan.
Never heard of him.
My favorite Middle Eastern country.
My favorite character in Twin
I'm more of an
Peaks.
Iran guy.
Versus Rocko's Modern Life, which was submitted by our main man Clanky. Who would like to go first? Speak up.
I would.
All right. If Clanky has no objections, then Jordan, you can go.
I think if Clanky has proven anything, it's that he doesn't belong.
I've been here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, so Legends of the Hidden Temple, which is my nerdy as shit game show I made you all watch, is at the end of the day.
I love the Legends of Hidden Temple.
I don't know.
This seems like the most Mick-centric show ever. What are you fucking talking about? I don't know what show you watch, but I listen to riddles about Henry VIII.
Fair enough.
Legends of the Hidden Temple is at the end of the day about storytelling. Every episode is centered around a myth or an urban legend or some folktale or parable constructed for the show, and the tone of the content of the episode hinges on that storytelling. The goal was to learn something from these parables and use the storytelling device to advance further in the game, in the game show. It's not just an obstacle course show with things that spurt at you and water and goop and shit. There's an educational element, and it never felt shoehorned. This is a great show because you had this sort of jungle thing, and you had this Indiana Jones by way of Double Dare set that was a big part of the Nick studio. The thing about this show that I should mention, that if anything adds to the charm, Kirk Fogg is the host of the show, and he is not a very good host. I picked a random episode, and because they shot it live in front of a studio audience and did a ton of shows per day.
At Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida.
Yes, exactly. They didn't exactly stop at people who would take. There are so many blown takes that make the cut of this show. At many points, Kirk is mush-mouthed or mumbly, and he screws up the copy a ton of times, but they keep rolling. He plows on. He's also terrible at play-by-play when the kids are going through obstacle courses, going across the boards, across the moat. Jeff Prost would not have to worry about this guy. He's less of a host and more of a frightened chaperone trying to keep the field trip rolling.
But luckily, he has a co-host.
His co-host is Olmec,
after the Olmec civilization of pre-Columbian Mexico, who built giant stone heads.
Yes. He is voiced by D. Bradley Baker, who we just forgot to sing the praises of during the Avatar The Last Airbender round.
Well, because he didn't have any lines.
Yeah, he's also responsible for my least favorite Daffy Duck of the last 20 years.
Yeah. Wait, who was he in Avatar?
He was Momo.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was also Appa. He's every animal and everything ever.
A tear-jerking performance.
So
I mean, here's the thing. We could mention so many other things, though, that he's done. We would be here all day.
But Olmec is his crowning achievement, because what an engaging, off-the-cuff performer he is in this. His commitment saves this show from feeling lame. And he is responsible for telling these stories and doing these voices and spinning these parables and also engaging with the kids and being silly and going, let's rock. And it's such a cool use of a mystical character. I also really like how this show, which is essentially leading to this big obstacle course that is the temple run, has this variable outcome. You hope to catch a team that made it through a temple, but that didn't always happen. You follow 6 teams, all named after various animals and with different colors, and you whittle them down to 1, and hopefully that one team is 2 people that have gotten enough amulets to get past the temple guards, who are always around and stealing some, and can get through and get the artifact and get out before the time runs out. The one I picked on Paramount Plus, within 5 seconds of the time running out, our heroes made it out of the cave. It almost never happens when I would watch it on Nick Gas. It seems like a rarity.
It seems completely rigged, honestly. Like,
I wouldn't say that.
Is everything like if they run into a mine guard, like does that happen every episode? And like you have to give up one of your tokens to survive? Yes. Is that how it always? Yeah. So in the episode I watch, it's like you don't know where they're to come out of, and the second they show up, like, oh well, guess you have to give up a life. It's like, how could you predict that? So in my episode, they just ran into a bunch of guards, lost their shit, like, all right, that's our show, see ya.
Yep. That's the thing. If you don't get enough amulets, you are shit out of luck if you're in that temple. So you know, and if it ends in a loss, you have to be like, all right, well, they didn't get him this time. Maybe next time it will. Like a loss in Millionaire Family Theater and a game show. This is a really fun show. I caught it not when it's in its original Nick run because that was during the early 90s. I caught it when it was on Nick Gas because a friend of mine in middle school who is still a relatively dear friend to this day was a huge Legend of the Hidden Temple fan. And eventually I realized Legend of the Hidden Temple is nerd shit, but it is the sort of wholesome, like, it makes you feel good inside, sort of, this is really cool kind of nerd shit that, like, it's a good sentimental, nostalgic nerd shit that I don't think that, you know, you can feel bad in liking. It's not a perfect show. It doesn't hold up.
I mean,
but I love it.
If you're watching a Gas and there's like an episode of Double Dare, and then there's an episode of Legend of the Temple, you're gonna be like, wow, what's this? This is way more big,
this is
and
a lot
expansive, and a lot more. There's more money on the screen.
Yeah. There's more money in the really tacky 1994 era prizes, which the one I watched, one of the prizes was by the Magnavox company of the Odyssey film.
Yeah, that's the other thing, man. These prizes sucked.
They do.
Chocolate milk, sneakers, a telescope.
Skechers.
I don't want this shit.
Yeah.
Double Dare 2000 gave away N64s, which, I mean, okay, Clanky would probably enjoy the other things, but...
I'd enjoy the other things as well.
Double Dare gave you way cooler shit,
I'm not a Freeland spider person, Taylor. That's why I'd enjoy the other
Alright, yes, I get it. The controller is silly. Yeah, I thought it was okay. It's, you know, it's a game show. The questions terrified me. I would be terrible at it. And yeah, and like the full fucking like end when they go into the temple and Olmec just strings a bunch of words together to explain where you could go. I feel like I could do that. You could go into the anal fissure of the Himalayas, or you could turn around and eat the silver spoon of the monkey fox who ate Jeff Bezos.
But beware the temple guards that may inhabit the trees. Sorry, I could close my eyes and do a lot. The choices are yours and yours alone. Who's going first?
Yeah,
it's a Jordan comfort show. It may not be for all of y'all, but it's for me, so who cares?
Well, thing is, Jordan, I'm not a big Rocko's Modern Life fan, so...
we might have a chance. Holy shit, all right. Because I even like Rocko's Modern Life. It's wild.
I'll let Clanky take... I'll let Clanky take the reins, but I tried to watch this a year or so ago. I made it through like a season, and it just didn't do it for me. But it's not my thing. So please.
I'm surprised about that.
Yeah.
Me too. I wanted to like it a lot more.
Rocko's Modern Life is what I like to call a blueprint show. It's not the show itself that I find particularly fascinating. It's what it did for the rest of the industry. Some of you guys might know that this was the first show that Steven Hillenburg worked on, who was the creator of SpongeBob. And a lot of Steven Hillenburg's influence would get then carried over into SpongeBob. And I think when you watch Rocko's Modern Life through the lens of this is kind of what inspired SpongeBob's like style and everything, you really see it.
It also had the Phineas and Ferb people, right?
I was just about to mention that it also had Jeff Swampy Marsh, who is one of the co-creators of Phineas and Ferb. His Jeff Marsh, they call him Swampy.
Oh, that's not his last name.
Ha ha ha.
It was also basically a major land. It was basically the starting point in the careers of the voice actors, Tom Kenny, Mr. Lawrence, and well.
Yeah, you took that from me too. You took that from me. I was going to mention that too. It's all right. So yeah, I don't really have much to say about Rocko's Modern Life because again, this is an honorable mentions choice. I respect the hell out of the show. I think it's very funny. Also, Joe Murray, the same guy who created Camp Lazlo. I think I like Camp Lazlo more, but still a solid show either way. I really like how this show kind of explored what it was like to be in the animation industry with Ralph Bighead.
Those are the best
And
ones.
his whole arc and everything, how he hated his dad, and like, you know, how his parents were like, you know, the big heads were just kind of these crazy neighbors and everything. I also really liked Static Cling, which was the movie that they did very similarly to Enter the Forpits. I'm pretty sure they released like within the same like week or something, or at the very least they released very close together. Very
it got delayed like crazy.
Yeah, a lot of them did. Jungle Movie got delayed like crazy.
My God.
Yeah. So that I guess that's pretty much it. I don't really have much else to say.
I guess I thought that this show was trying to do something like Charlie Brown, where it's like, here's this character that we're going to kind of pick on and like make have this awful day, even though the character is well-meaning and earnest. And I just kind of felt like it didn't work the same way for me. I just felt like it was like no matter what Rocko did, he was just doomed to like end up in a shitty scenario. His dog constantly like almost dies, and his best friend mooches off of him all the time. And I don't know. It's like I felt like the humor was like such in a pre-alpha stage of like the joke wasn't done yet, where like I just felt like the episodes were not cooked enough.
I get where you're coming from on that one.
I have one perspective maybe on Rocko's Modern Life, which is, I mean, as told in the opening, Rocko is an immigrant. He's clearly he's a wallaby. He comes from the outback. So I think the whole joke about the show is that, you know, he's this person who hasn't been introduced to the quote-unquote modern life of America in the 1990s. So I think that's why he views everything with such a sense of danger or a sense of complete misunderstanding, because maybe he doesn't quite get how America operates. So he uses his friends who are born in America, but they just don't know how things operate. So you got Heifer, who's very outgoing, but he's not smart. And then you have the freaking turtle,
Filbert.
Turtle. It's like you have Filbert,
Shelbert.
who Bert, who has gone through the American system and has kind of learned to kind of keep his head down and not try to rock the boat of things. And funny enough, the best episodes of the show, I think, are the ones where he does come out of his shell, pun not intended, but it was right there, and he learned to stand up for himself. I mean, the best thing about the making of Rocko's Modern Life is that I love the story where like the nigga executives were like, "Hey, listen, guys, you have to add a woman to the show because it's too male focused." So like, okay, well, who should we add? And the executives like, I don't know, like, give her a hook for a hand. I don't care. And then they did, and they made her the love interest.
That wasn't the exact thing. The executives said they wanted a female character with a hook. Meaning, like, they wanted it like with some kind of, you know, with some kind of thing that grabs them, and then they decided to take that literally, and then gave her a literal hook.
Thank you. I gotta say, you really did your homework for these.
I know a lot about these shows. I love the animation industry.
Yeah, no, respectfully. Honestly, and to your point, Mark, I think if they relayed those things more directly to the viewer, and as opposed to interpreting them, it may have flowed better to me.
Did we mention the frog testicles yet?
All right, so who goes first?
God. I think Jordan goes first.
Write it down.
Hang on.
Write it down.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Make sure to tip your waitresses. Yeah.
Tip them, and don't tip them in frog testicles, whatever you do.
Please, no.
Hey, listen. That is a precious currency in some South Pacific islands.
We are not.
Yeah, frog testicles did a really good culture shock set back in the day.
We are not exchanging Rocky Mountain oysters into yearlies, okay? We're gonna move on.
Anyway,
that was my fault.
There's so many. Ow!
Jordan.
All right, my turn, right? Yeah. All right. I have Rocko's Modern Life. I respect on the level that they got so much stuff that could never have gone on the air. So many jokes that like were just so
oh baby.
out. Yeah, exactly that one. I have respect for it on that standpoint. Ultimately, my vote goes to Legends of the Hidden Temple.
I'll put my vote in for Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Void.
Mark, it's your turn.
All right, so, I enjoyed both of these shows so much as a kid. I'm gonna go with Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I'm with Legends of the Temple because like Rocko, whenever I put on an episode of Rocko, it's really a 50-50 split on if I'll find it funny or not. And I feel Legends of the Hidden Temple, as repetitive as it may be at being a game show, it's definitely a lot more entertaining. It's definitely a lot more intrinsic to watch than a Double Dare, for example.
Wow! All right. Oh man, I didn't think that was gonna happen.
All right. Who's next?
Mick, I think.
Hell yeah, correct answer. Mick.
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Great.
Thank you.
Clanky.
A lot of Legends of the Hidden Temple was ruined for me when I found out that the staff members purposefully fatigued the children on the show, and in some cases, even made the temple run segments impossible to solve. That way, the kids wouldn't walk away home with the prize. That being said, I still think that it does what it does pretty
Rocko's
well.
Modern Life now?
Really?
No, I'm joking.
And but yeah, from that, I haven't really. I kind of unfortunately lost a bit of respect for the show once I found that out, which I guess isn't really the show itself's fault, but it kind of is the show's fault. So
It's
I'm
not the
voting
most
for
morally
Rocko's Modern Life.
reprehensible thing that someone on this list has done.
I mean,
feel
you're
like-
not wrong.
But now I kind of lost a little bit of respect for it too.
Phooey.
Whatever. I'll always respect Olmec. That's what really matters at the end.
Yeah,
right?
Olmec didn't do anything wrong. Dee's
Yeah.
great.
Olmec didn't rig the game.
I'm just here saying lines.
So if it was just
Olmec was later arrested for tax evasion.
he was involved in an advanced free iffy foreign scheme.
You could flee to Canada on your jalopy, or you could fly the Silverback JetBlue Airlines all the way
guys.
over to Mexico.
Guys, a Mayan pyramid scheme.
Oh my god. On that note,
It was there the
Taylor.
whole time.
The charges are yours and yours alone.
We gotta move.
Taylor, you got
I
this.
could vote for Rocko's Modern Life, or I could vote for my new show, Rocko's Model Wife, which is a happy show where Rocko gets a model as a wife and marries her, and it's a much happier show. And this is a really stupid bit that I was only supposed to stop at Hey Arnold.
I like it though.
I'll go for. I think Hey Arnold has more.
Oh no!
Yeah,
here's
probably.
the thing, Mick. Of all of those, Hey Arnold is something I was actually pitching to people throughout my time at Purchase.
Yes, I remember this.
It was a real thing.
Yes, I can attest to that.
So like that was not improvised. Everything else was. Yeah, I have the least stake in this. I guess Legends of the Hidden Temple would give me free shit if I went on it. The free shit would be terrible, but
This isn't whether you're in the show. This is whether which show you want to watch.
I mean,
Help,
You want to be in Drake and Josh?
I'm in SpongeBob. Help.
listen.
I'm drowning.
I got one more Legend of the Hidden Temple in me at least. I'm not ready for another Rocko's Modern Life right now.
Thank you.
Anyway, well, now we go on to. I was the host. I should have named these categories. Oh, god damn it.
All right, back to
We're gonna go into losers round 1, where I get to put in way less effort because I don't have to figure out who put in what. My Life as a Teenage Robot versus Martin Mystery. The voting order has shifted. Taylor is first.
It's My Life as a Teenage Robot. I really just like that show.
Jordan.
Kind of feels like a one-person Powerpuff Girls.
I do like that comparison. Jordan.
Of the two, the one I've seen. So My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Mark.
I'll pick the one that has Jenny from the block. So My Life's a Teenage Robot.
When did Jennifer Lopez do a Martin Mystery episode?
I'm voting for Martin Mystery. Clanky.
My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Okay.
All right. Up next, the Amanda Show versus Baby Show for Babies.
Jeez, Amanda Show versus Rugrats. Basing this solely off of rewatching both shows yesterday, the one I want to watch more of right now is the Rugrats, because honest to God, watching them feed Nancy Sullivan piss really took it out of me.
I can concur. Jordan?
Maybe that's what Dan was into.
Dan's into a lot of things I don't like.
What is probably the final time on this bracket. Amanda, please.
Marc?
I'm gonna go with Rugrats.
Yeah, probably the better idea.
Mick?
Rugrats.
Yeah.
And Clanky.
The Amanda Show.
Oh,
Jordan, the Amanda Show will win eventually.
The Amanda Show got beaten by babies. That's crazy.
But you know what? They took her and put her in the Rugrats for a couple of episodes.
I put it on because I just wanted to talk about it.
That's fair. We do that with a lot of things.
That's why Martin Mystery was here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why another one.
You know, a lot of things that happens in the yearlies. Here's surreal ones. Invader Zim versus Danny Phantom.
Ah, jeez. This sucks. This bracket is too good for losers.
Yeah.
Wait, what was I doing? Yes, Taylor, you vote first.
Jeez, no, not me. Go someone else.
Okay.
Jordan.
I have seen more of Danny Phantom, so I'm giving it my vote. I feel like if I watched more Invaders in, I'd probably be voting for that. But
Wait, don't Jordan have seen more of you? Marc?
Aw.
Okay, so this literally just occurred to me because I remembered. Because Invader Zim also had a Christmas episode.
Oh, you're right.
And I prefer that Christmas episode to the Danny Phantom one, so I'm gonna vote for Invader Zim for this one.
Good call.
Mick?
Danny Phantom. I never really watched Invader Zim.
Cal Anki.
It was a good run, Invader Zim.
Wait, Invader Zim lost?
It's
well.
Listen, this is tragic.
God
Is it
damn
2-2?
Look, Invader Zim was dealt a bad hand.
Is it 2-2?
Yeah, it is.
There are two reasons I'm going to vote for Danny Phantom.
Fuck you.
I feel like it had a narrative conclusion, which I really appreciate. And two, Dibs. I don't know what was up with it, but Dibs' voice actor. I don't know if this was an intentional thing or if this was the recording studio. But go back and listen to Dib talk and tell me he doesn't always sound like he has food in his throat or that he is underwater when he talks. It is the weirdest sensation. It always sounds like everyone else is in 720p and Dib is stuck in 140.
Maybe he's the alien. Who knows? If I was not the host, I would have stepped up more for Invader Zim.
I know.
Because
Dude, Invader Zim is so good. Like Invader Zim, realistically,
but not good enough.
Clanky.
Well,
I
these
can
are just
hear
five
the
people's opinions. You know, some of us are
No,
wrong a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, number one rule. The viewers take this to heart, because we don't want you spreading our opinions around like it's gospel. The yearlies doesn't fucking matter, none of our opinions are right.
His
Anyway,
opinions, however, matter
give it to
very
you?
much.
wait, what happened? Did someone say a sick bird? I'm a YouTuber, so
that
maybe
hurts.
it did give it to me.
That hurts.
Wait,
Nice opinion. It would be a shame if someone farted on it.
sorry, I've misinterpreted everything that happened in the last 15 seconds. Hey Arnold versus Rocko's Modern Life. We start with Taylor.
Oh, dude, I have so many more good things to say about Hey Arnold. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking Helga. And fucking, dude, like the entire ensemble cast. I know Harold. We talked about all how great Harold is. Then there's Brain, who just breathes a lot. Sid is the
Like,
town.
who breathes?
Sid is the town crier who is like, everything is terrible. Dude, fucking Curly, the cue ball behind glasses, who just lets out these maniacal laughs. Like, there's an episode where he's like, let's go free the zoo animals. And then at the end of the episode, he's riding the animals out of the zoo naked. And he's like, free the animals. Yes. And Eugene died while I was writing my notes. Dude. And then there's his apartment mates like fucking Oscar and Phil and Gertie. It's just, dude, it's just such a good time. It's such a good time. Hey Arnold, hey Arnold, hey Arnold, hey Arnold.
Arnold hears you. He hears you. George.
I'm voting for Hey Arnold. But if
That's
that
on the
doesn't count, I'll vote for Hey Arnold in its place.
Hey Arnold is gonna happen. We can get, dude. The budget for the great thing about the budget for Hey Arnold, it is surprisingly minimal. You just needed a coffee table and a jar.
No, Mark, please go before my brain goes.
Okay. So here's the thing.
I'm sorry.
Both shows are about life, of people navigating life. Only one of these shows did a good episode about therapy and how healthy it is, and that's Hey Arnold. So we'll go with Hey Arnold.
Helga on the couch is fantastic.
Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't mean to rush you, Mark. Just what Taylor said made me panic. Anyway, Mick.
Rocko's
What'd I
Modern
say?
Life.
Nothing. Clanky.
Rocko's Modern Life.
And there you have it. But we are now going to move on to round 2 of the Showlies Nickelodeon with the best of the best, the cream of the crop. Odd Parents, the Fairly Odd Parents, versus Declassified, Ned's Declassified. The voting order has shifted. Clanky, it is your turn.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Taylor.
That's Crocker to you.
Oh shit! You really got me.
That's because we've been doing this for 3 hours.
You really got you. It took 2 hours of downtime for me to forget
I can
that.
be very patient, Mr. Christian, and I vote for the fairies.
All right, that's fair. Lee, Jordan.
Oh man. Even though I did put up Ned's Declassified, I watched more Fairly Odd Parents in its prime than I did Ned's Declassified in its prime.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, no, what they were able to do in those first couple of seasons before things got too convoluted, I think is incredible, and just really funny stuff, even if I don't think the wildest about Butch. I'm voting for the Fairly Odd Parents, please.
Hey guys, do you think if I ate that magic muffin that grants me one wish, I can wish Crocker out of here?
Oh my God, do it! Crocker's
I'd
going
like to
back
see you
in the
try.
cell.
It'll be an epic catastrophe.
But just remember,
this session.
if Taylor is voicing me, you'd be killing him too.
All right.
I'll take that bet.
Wait,
So,
no, hold on, Mark. You can vote.
Boy.
I am voting for the Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes.
Yes, fairies.
Awesome. And then, what you can do is now Mick can go.
It's Declassified.
And I believe that is everyone. So now, we are going to do Drake and Josh versus Jimmy and Neutron.
Ooh.
Clanky, you're the first to go.
Jimmy Neutron.
Taylor?
I'm thinking of a clever Josh bit. It's because you brought the pizza to life? No, it's because Carl brought the llama show. Yes, it's because you brought the pizza to life, Drake and Josh. It was bad. I've used all my energy on the other 3 bits.
Jordan.
This is a tough one. I have to literally go in for a photo finish because I watched a lot of these very much as a kid. I think Drake and Josh had more enjoyable episodes for me than Jimmy Neutron, but it is so close. It is tantalizingly close, and I may regret this when I listen to it back. I'm voting for Drake and Josh.
All right. I am going. So here's the thing. I think it's very important for all of us to realize that all of us can sing, except for Sheen.
Yes. So
I'm just putting that out there.
Even
I couldn't sing either, by the way.
However, as much of a scumbag as Drake Bell is, he sure can sing a good theme song. So I'm giving it to Drake and Josh.
And then Mick, right?
Drake and Josh.
Happening. My man's Formula 1ing through these votes. We still got time. It's okay.
It's okay. We'll get through it.
We're gonna do.
You know what's also tired? A bicycle. 2 of them.
Okay.
And then the femur breaker plays. So, next round.
Real monsters.
Spang Rob Square Friend versus El
Or Neil and
Tigre.
Bernie.
The order is still the same. Clanky votes first.
SpongeBob.
And then it is Taylor.
I am a sponge. A sponge who's incredibly Bob.
And then it is Jordan.
With much love and respect to Yorhei, I'm giving it to SpongeBob.
Yorhei.
And then it is Marc.
I'm gonna give it to SpongeBob.
And then there was Mick.
And I'm gonna give it to El Tigre. I'm
You
gonna go down with
motherfucker.
this particular show.
Yes. I feel
Does no one
bad because
understand how much I enjoy hearing us all go ba 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 ba?
it's
Yeah, but
funny,
it
too.
doesn't. If we just do it, haphazardly, it's not the same.
We might get a second chance. Hold on.
Oh, I think it's incredibly funny when it happens like over and over again.
Oh, God.
Because round 16, I think there's a chance. Because we got, well, this is me being presumptuous. Like, oh, my wild card's got a full sweep. Hoo, hoo, hoo.
Yeah.
But Avatar, The Last Avatar versus Legends of the Hidden Legend. Clanky.
Avatar.
Fuck yes. I agree. Taylor.
Ba 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 ba.
That is for Avatar, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Awesome. Great opinion. Love that. Jordan, what are you thinking?
You see, here's basically what it is.
Don't you dare.
No, Christian, don't worry. Seriously, I put up Legend of the Hidden Temple, but even I am not deluded enough to think that it's better than Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm voting for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
What
Clearly.
a great opinion. All great opinions so far.
Thank
Honestly, the host should be non-biased, by the way.
I'm so glad you said it.
Marc, would you like to vote for it?
I'm going to give it to the Airbender.
Just a wonderful opinion. I'm going to be as non-biased as possible. That opinion was spectacular. And
You are
finally-
absolutely pushing Mick to vote for Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Finally,
He's going
Mick.
to. He's so going to.
So something I noticed, something I realized, Jordan, you and I are the only ones who've really watched Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah.
And considering he's a giant stone head that occasionally makes rock puns, I feel like remember freshman year, and we took a geology course.
And you turned to me, pointing at something under a glass thing, spelled Gneiss, and you say, with the best intonation possible, "Nice." It is one of the greatest jokes I have ever heard anyone tell anyone.
Avatar: The Last
works.
Airbender.
All right.
Losers
Stay
round 2 time. We have Ned Declassified Ned Guide versus Arnold. What are you doing? The voting order is shifted. It is Mick's turn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay,
Yeah.
Ned's Declassified. I never really watched Hey Arnold. I'm sorry. I'm sure Hey Arnold.
Didn't you
was
say
great.
the opposite when Ned's Declassified was up against something you cared about?
What?
Anyway.
Clanky.
Hey Arnold.
Taylor.
It's got to be Hey Arnold, man.
Jordan. I'm so glad I'm not keeping track of the votes. My brain is gray.
This is another really tough one. And what better way to break in the new guy but making him make the decision? I'm voting for Ned's Declassified.
Well, Marc, it's your first tiebreaker. Choose wisely. This is the
I know
part
you're
where you
gonna do
hurt people.
No, I mean, Mark. I think Mark knows what he's voting for.
All right,
Actually,
I think so.
Yeah, because I put it on the damn bracket. It's Hey Arnold.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
fair.
Ned's
That's fair.
Declassified.
All right.
also I was going to ban him if he didn't vote for it. So
Up next.
How would you do that? I'm in the same room as Jordan.
I just tell you to walk home.
It's just just
Well,
go home, Mark.
I send Jordan a very threatening letter.
It has a heart on
Oh.
the front of it.
Oh.
And
Wow.
Instead of a threatening.
Anyway, now we have round 18. Jim Jam, Jimmy Boy versus Danny, my man. Who goes to Mick? Yeah.
Danny Phantom.
Clanky?
Jimmy Neutron.
Taylor?
King's Quest.
Fuck you. Fuck, that's a video game, you stupid little goose.
I mean, everything gets a video game nowadays.
I mean, Neutron has video games.
It does.
You voted for it.
Oh.
It's a Burger King toy. I still have.
Oh God, this is tough. Also, actually,
I did put a show on a video game bracket.
Come back to me.
Damn it, Hank Hill.
Okay.
Vote for something.
All right, George.
All right. I can confidently say I watched more Jimmy Neutron than I watched Danny Phantom. I am voting for Jimmy Neutron.
Hey, Mark.
That would be you.
Yeah, so I'm voting for the one that got that Burger King toy. I'm going with Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, hell yeah.
What's the score?
Look at this Burger King
3-1, Jimmy Neutron.
All right, I'll just give it to Danny for shits and giggles.
Look at that Burger King toy.
Every time I
Yeah,
do a
man.
mention
Is that a fucking baby bottle?
No, so like it was a toy from Burger King where like you would push the red top down and it would like switch the plate, so it would be like blank and then you hit it and like a character would be on the other side. And I got the Cindy one.
Why would you want to put her top anyway?
Dude, I'm red
Jason,
card.
Jordan, Jason.
Dan Schneider.
Red card.
Dan Schneider is
Wall Dad.
radar.
In round 19, we have El Tigre's Bizarre Adventure versus the Rug.
Yeah,
Mick, your turn.
I think so.
El Tigre.
Clanky.
El Tigre.
Taylor.
I got a lot of respect for rugs.
Is that... Well, do you have enough respect for them to vote for them?
You just told me it was the rug. What more do you need?
Well, respecting
Remember,
some... You know
stay
what?
no to rugs.
Jordan.
Gotta give it to Jorge, El Tigre.
Mark.
Because I didn't bring this up during Hey Arnold. We're rats. We live in the city. Rugrats.
We pray at night, we stalk at night.
Night.
We're the Rugrats.
We are the
I'm the
Rugrats.
giant child that makes all of the WAP.
El Tigre is going to walk away from here, win or lose, having made an impact.
Mhm.
Yes. Wow.
All right.
All right.
Coming up are the Legends of the Inconspicuous Temple versus My Eternity as a Teenage Nightmare.
Wow. Nice. You're
Mick,
doing
your
great.
turn.
I'm voting for. Come back to me.
Oh,
Clanky.
My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Taylor.
The temple can stay hidden. Teenage robot.
Jordan.
Legends of the Hidden.
Yeah, that.
Mark.
You gonna finish that thing? Okay. All right then. I'm
Temple.
You should have waited 3 rounds.
I was right next to him, folks.
Oh, I
Right
hate it.
next to him. It's fine. I know it's hard. Okay. I'm gonna give it to My Life as a Teenage Robot.
And then
It's
who
because I
skipped
never
their
thought
vote?
I'd get the opportunity again.
Dude, if Teenage Robot gets a 5-0, we can go 5-0, get a call to go play down at the skate park.
Wait, who skipped their vote?
It's me.
Me.
No one. Oh.
And I guess because what's good? I skip my vote. Teenage Robots won, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it
Don't
did.
give the Legends.
Oh, I thought he had voted for Legends. I thought, like,
Meanwhile, in a parallel universe.
So
These 3 words are non-negotiable.
Super Monkey Ball. The next round is going to be in losers round 3 because that's where we are. Hey Arnold versus Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius.
is it? Is that where we're starting?
We are starting here. Yes.
Sorry, I just had a stroke. Just don't worry about it.
Are you okay, Taylor?
I mean, was one ever really, truly okay?
He brings up a
No.
good point.
I'm not.
What order did
Someone
I...
help me.
Okay, I forgot the order I came up with for the last round. So I know it's only been a couple seconds since the last
Make
round,
up
so
a new one.
I'll just start with Jordan.
Okay. I think these are 2 shows I grew up with. I think I watched more Jimmy
Wait,
Neutron growing
hang on.
up, and
Hang on, guys.
yeah.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
Hear what?
What the? Who? Wait, hang on. Where'd you get an eye patch from?
Hello, is everything okay?
Do you also have a hostage in your room?
Okay, this is gonna take some explaining to do.
You all right?
Hey guys,
Who's this? What have you done with Mick?
I am Mick.
What?
I'm from the future.
Oh, of course you are.
I'm wearing an eye patch.
Another one of your overly complicated bits, isn't it?
Makes
Yes, it
perfect
is.
sense to me.
I remember when I used to do bits. But
never
that
done
was
a bit
before.
before.
That was before the incident.
Oh no.
I have come back in time to finish the Nickleys. Someone has messed with the time-space continuum. We need to make sure this goes off without a hitch in order to fix the timeline.
The time
Well,
face
whatever we can do to
continuum.
help.
All we have to do is make it through this bracket without shenanigans or tomfoolery.
I'm gonna ask
Oh,
you a
no.
third time. Time face continuum.
I'll kill you. I've done it before.
I
The
mean,
future
wait,
is
What did you just say
fucked.
about shenanigans?
I mean, look, a past version of Mick, right? You want us to stop doing shenanigans. What, you want us to extinguish the sun next?
This
Is
is
that
the
what you...
future.
Denzel Crocker has
This
been
is the
holding me
future, man.
hostage this entire bracket.
Oh yeah, that bit. How could I
bit?
forget?
What bit?
So true.
I'm like, genuinely concerned for Taylor's life. We should be a little nicer to Crocker.
I mean, seriously, guys.
He might be in real danger.
All he does is stare at me unless the Fairly Odd Parents is involved.
Oh,
In
I've had
spirit
girlfriends
of,
like
In spirit of Avatar, there are no bits during the Nick yearlings.
There are
that.
Yeah,
Do it
so
with John
basically,
Future, Mac.
point being, let's just continue this bracket. Just pretend you guys don't know about that the time-space continuum has been messed with. Let's complete the bracket, and we'll just move on, and things should all go back to normal. And
I'll tell
remember,
you
I'm
what.
Nick from the future. I'm wearing an eye patch.
It's alright, I
Oh.
already
Far
forgot,
into the
so...
future, did
It
you
looks
say you
very
were?
slimming on you.
It's really weird. There's just like every other yearlies. I don't know why this alternate timeline of Mick even had to show up. Like, there's nothing unusual. You know?
Future Mick,
Yeah,
how far
no,
into the future did you say you were?
I'm from the future.
No, yeah, but for how far into the future?
I have an eye patch.
He explains everything.
I'm asking, what unit of time into the future were you?
Come on,
Doom.
we've been through the. Listen, you've seen movies. You've seen TV shows. When
I see.
someone comes back from the future, they're wearing an eye patch. How far into
Okay.
the future? Eye patch amount of time. All right.
It's
Treat
funny
it.
because
I'm
there is
gonna treat it.
there is a show on this bracket like that had a special where someone comes back from the future, and he's not wearing an eye patch. I think what was it, Channel Chasers had that guy.
Oh, I love that episode of Drake and Josh.
Yeah.
Tell me that's
what.
not an episode of Drake and Josh, though. Like, that's what the fuck would happen in an episode of
No,
Drake
it was
and Josh.
it was a Fairly Odd Parents, and then Future Timmy went and shot a guy on a film set. It was great.
I think, yeah, it was Channel Chasers, I think. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Jack Ruby? No,
Adam
hang
versus-
on.
Alec Jack Ruby Baldwin.
Future Mick, your future sounds
Someone's
crazy.
getting their timelines mixed up.
I tell you guys about some future events, but I don't want to mess up the timeline anymore that it already has been messed up.
Did I make
No.
Hey Arnold yet?
I'm afraid I cannot. I can't. That would be revealing too much.
All right, guys,
Oh.
Hey Arnold
Yeah.
has to win the
Well,
bracket. That's the
that
only
makes
way
Mr.
it can
Mac, I
become
have a
reality.
question. How good is Coyote vs. Acme? Does it like win Oscars or something?
That hits close to home.
Oh,
Okay.
Unfortunately, in this timeline, the movie was buried in the Atacama Desert and never found again.
Then how do you know it was buried there?
it's dignified compared to what's happening in this
He
one.
has an eye patch, Christian. He doesn't have to
Oh,
explain
you're
himself.
right.
And then
One
the
last
locusts
question.
came.
One last question for the future.
Yeah.
Did Clanky die yet?
No. That said, someone has bought you Dynamite Heady, so it's coming. It's close. It's close.
But wait,
All right, well-
does he have an eye patch?
Of course, he's from the future.
Man, I sure hope
Alright.
future Clanky shows
Alright.
up during...
I should probably vote, right?
Yeah, it is Jordan's vote between Hey
The fate of
Arnold
the
and Jimmy
future
Neutron
rests on it.
Genius.
Yeah, no, well, I was gonna vote for this anyway. I think before the calamities ensued. I'm voting for Jimmy Neutron. I watched more of it, and I think I got more of the sense of humor. I think. I don't know.
Mark?
I'm going to have to say, I mean, listen, Hey Arnold is a show that as you get older, you'll learn to really appreciate and enjoy. Jimmy Neutron was always just this silly friggin' show that left an impact on me from the beginning. So I'm gonna give it to Jimmy Neutron.
Wow.
Mick from the future.
After the release of Hey Arnold, we all realized how fucking shit Hey Arnold was.
I thought you said you weren't gonna reveal that. It was gonna cause a time flaw.
And then the Locusts will come.
He fucked us all. I can't believe this.
Guys,
I'm voting for Jimmy Neutron.
Clanky.
Here's the thing, right? Is I've never seen Hey Arnold, but I feel like if I did, I'd probably like it more than Jimmy Neutron. I rewatched some of Jimmy Neutron in college, thinking to myself, it's gonna be fun. I remember watching the show and loving it as a kid, and then I watched it and proceeded to not even smile once. So maybe it was because I just watched like a bad few episodes. Maybe it's because the show just isn't as good as I remember. Who knows?
Well,
but
I mean, we can agree that it hasn't aged all that well, but it's still, was it what it was?
Although it wasn't that far. I watched the movie has aged surprisingly well. I watched it a little while ago on holotape, and it's actually holds up.
Yeah,
cool.
I think the movie was pretty good, but again, that's like the pilot to the series.
It has Patrick Stewart in it.
So anyway,
and he has no memory of that. He has no memory of it.
That being said, I'm going to vote for Hey Arnold.
Great, and Taylor.
Can't believe you guys are leaving the jar dead and buried. Hey, Arnold.
So there is something very important I have to point out. Guys, you gotta tell me, like, I just had this thing, I'm just a little bit concerned. I just had the weirdest feeling a couple seconds ago. Like, it was this feeling like I was, like, somewhere else, but Jimmy Neutron didn't win. I don't know why I got this feeling, right?
See, this is the problem with...
I don't know why I got this feeling, but I just got this feeling that there was a world where Jimmy Neutron didn't win.
Who betrayed Hey Arnold?
Just got this weird feeling. Yeah, no, I don't know. Have any of you ever felt like this, or am I just crazy?
Dude, I don't feel.
Damn.
Look.
You're so true.
I lost the ability to feel after the Great Robot War.
Oh my...
After I lost all my feelings to the creature.
And then the locusts came.
And then the locusts will come.
Alright, the next round we have up to bat is My Life as a Teenage Robot versus El Tigre, The Adventures of Manny Rivera.
Do not disappoint me.
Well, so up first on Clanky's Staircase of Disappointment is Jordan.
Well, here's the thing, Clanky. You see...
Just disappoint me and get it over with.
I've come to know exactly how to disappoint you, and I'm going to do that by voting for the thing that I think that I said that I was going to vote for as many times as I could until it got against the things that I was going to ride or die. El Tigre is a show I haven't seen much of, but I am going to support Jorge Gutierrez because he's an amazing creator and I love everything he's done. And if it led him to do things like the Book of Life and other great stuff, then it had to be pretty great. I'm voting for El Tigre.
Marc.
I mean, listen, all the credit to the creator of El Tigre. I think his art style is fantastic. I think if you put El Tigre on a cereal box, he will be so successful. However,
that took me so long.
However, I watched My Life as a Teenage Robot more, so I'm gonna give my vote to My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Hey, I don't know about that icon, but it looks. Does My Life as a Teenage Robot look a little different?
No, I don't think there's anything quite like My Life as a Teenage Robot.
No,
yeah, it's whatever happens to Teenage Robot.
Listen, this timeline is there's something wrong with this timeline. We need to right these wrongs.
Clanky, I think the show you put on this bracket looks kind of like archaic, honestly.
If you talk shit about Robot Jones to me, I might come to your house and stab you.
What the fuck is Robot Jones? What the fuck are you talking about, you crazy person?
Robot Jones, Clanky.
One-eyed Mick.
Wait, hang on. You guys, you don't remember Robot Jones?
All right, guys.
Whatever happened to Robot Jones?
We're not from your timeline feature, Mick. We don't know who Robot Jones is.
I remember Robot Jones.
He fell in the Great Robot War.
One-eyed Mick, would you like to vote for one-eyed?
I can't look at robots the same way after the war. I'm voting for El Tigre.
After we lost all the robots to the creature. Clanky.
So I have this secret unspoken beef with Jorge Gutierrez in
What the
hold on, let me finish. Whenever he fucking posts anything on Twitter, he'll retweet something that's like, "Oh, went to the store today and I found this person. Wasn't that crazy?" And then he'll quote retweet it going, "Hollywood." What? Why does he always do this? He never stops. I don't understand why, because 90% of the time it has nothing to do with Hollywood! So, that being said, Gutierrez is a phenomenal creator. I really respect him, and I respect how open he is about, like, his experience with the industry, when I feel like a lot of people aren't like that. But, in general, I just can't forgive that, unfortunately, so I'm voting for My Life as a Teenage Robot.
This is literally the electrical and Federance copy pasta.
I hope one day this clip gets to him, and then he quote retweets it saying Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Mick, if I haven't said it already, because, you know, these things go on for so long, I don't really know what I've said and what I haven't said. The couple of episodes of El Tigre you recommended to me, I enjoyed. And if I had grown up alongside the show, I probably would have had a good time.
No.
I really like My Life as a Teenage Robot, and My Life as a Teenage Robot probably likes me.
Is that a vote for My Life as a Teenage Robot?
I mean, interpret the facts any way you wish.
I believe it. Oh, God! I'm so sorry, guys. I just got that feeling again.
Are you kidding me?
I just got that feeling again where it's like something. Really? I feel like something's wrong here. Like this is different from what it should be. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going crazy. I'm sorry.
Question.
This is the most right this bracket has ever been.
Constant recurring guest star Marc Halem. This is totally normal.
This is totally normal.
Take it from me, straight person Jordan.
I still believe the same outcome is going to happen.
Well,
let's find out.
Let's move on to the Fairly Odd Parents in winner's bracket, by the way. The Fairly Odd Parents versus Drake and Josh.
Oh, good. You can finally have use for me.
Starting with names. We're gonna start with Jordan again.
First of all, good to have you back, Denzel Crocker impression. It's like a warm hug.
I don't know what you mean by impression.
You know what I mean.
Voicing me? Is it Taylor or is it Carlos Alazraqui?
Whoever gets the big bucks. Okay. This is one of the ones, especially in this half of the bracket, that is really tough for me because these are both shows that I watched a lot. Ultimately, I watched more Fairly Odd Parents, and though you can make the argument, and we probably will as it goes further, that Drake and Josh's hot period lasted for arguably longer than Fairly Odd Parents is in comparison to the rest of the run. I think Fairly Odd Parents had more episodes that I can come away with and say, oh, that's a great episode, than something like Drake and Josh. But also, that's probably because I watched Fairly Odd Parents more. I'm going to vote for Fairly Odd Parents.
That's a fairly odd vote.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is what I would have said if it was actually an odd vote, but it's a pretty predictable vote, actually.
Oh, yeah. You could have called that.
Yeah. Good show. Marc?
Listen, both of these shows have had TV movies. I can recite every single plot line to the Fairly Odd Parents ones. I don't know what the heck happened in Drake and Josh Go to Hollywood or Drake and Josh Really Big Trip.
I know what happened.
I don't know.
Maybe the E stands for extra fuel. All right.
I do not know what any of those words mean. I am voting for Fairly Odd Parents.
I'll put it in.
I do not know what any of those words mean.
Futuristic Mick?
Remember to stock up on basic supplies, like sand. I'm voting for Drake and Josh.
What a horrible future. Clank.
Brought to you by
Coarse
Sam.
and rough.
It's
It gets
everywhere.
everywhere.
Same brand.
Clank.
Yep.
Here's the thing, man. All right, I feel. Fuck it. I'll just vote for Fairly Odd Parents and call it a day.
And Taylor from Prosperity.
Excuse me, Taylor is not.
God damn it, motherfucker!
Like a warm hug.
Hey, you know what the funniest part is? Literally 60 seconds ago, I was like, I better address Crocker by his name.
Yes, please, Denzel. Crocker, to those who don't know him very well.
You were great in Training Day, Denzel.
This is a fairly friendly hostage situation. Like, I will kill him if Fairly Odd Parents loses. But I just want to say for the record, I've hung out with Josh Peck. He's a pretty cool guy. It's fake.
That leaves us with a 4-1 Fairly Odd
Josh
Parents.
Peck was great in Oppenheimer.
So, yes, absolutely.
When somebody set us up the bomb, so true.
All right, and that leads us into our next round, which is SpongeBob SquarePants versus my wild card, Avatar: The Last Airbender. I know I already said it's my wild card, but I wanted to say it again because how often am I going to be able to say that?
It's a gratifying feeling, man.
As many timelines that do exist, and as many conundrums that take place where in about 5 minutes, a third person from Mick's future is going to come in telling the Mick with the eye patch, only he has 2 eye patches, not to tell Mick from the future about Mick from the past, and then Mick from the past going to get a 4th Mick, and this entire bracket is...
I have a logistical question about the second eye patch. Is it on top of the first eye patch, or is it?
You know it's not. You know it's not.
My man, Captain No Eyes.
Yeah, that's why I know he's from the future, because he got my assessment correct.
I always liked that Calvin and Hobbes series as well.
Well, Jordan.
Oh, right, yes, the thing I've been dreading.
Hang on, is Calvin Hobbes still a tiger and a kid in this timeline?
Calvin and Hobbes is a tiger and a kid in every timeline, and if you tell me anything else, I will take that eye patch and piss on it.
Well, future Mick, speak carefully.
That took a turn.
I think you should lie.
Holy shit,
No,
Taylor!
you're
That's
right.
the scariest I've ever heard you.
You are correct. It is a tiger and a child. It's certainly not a French lawyer and an English philosopher.
That is Crocker was a very big Calvin and Hobbes fan, and he put a gun to my head and made me threaten you.
To be fair, I don't blame him. Okay. SpongeBob versus Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yes.
Well,
this is an easy one, but it sucks that it is an easy one because I did love my Avatar: The Last Airbender experience later in life, even if I didn't grow up with it like I did with SpongeBob. Ultimately, if there's one show on this bracket that I would go to bat for in any single situation, wait a minute, I would probably do that for Avatar too. But I'm going with SpongeBob because I love SpongeBob
Jordan.
and because I'll be quoting it when I'm like 90.
Jordan, picture me in the same room with you and I'm crying.
And I'll give you a big hug and I'll say it's okay. It's accept defeat.
No, I don't want to, Marc.
So if it makes you feel any better, you guys don't make it to 90.
Oh, okay, good. That's not really a shock to me.
Yeah, right? I'll be lucky if I make it to 30.
I'll be lucky if I make it to 24. Shit!
Guys, please stop. As the oldest one here, you're killing me.
Marc.
Don't worry, Taylor, you don't die.
Marc, go before we predestine ourselves.
You just don't die.
Well, joke's on you. I invest in cyber technology. I'll live forever.
Nano machines.
It's true, he does.
Dying just sounds really inconvenient, so I don't do it.
What's really funny is that these are 2 Nickelodeon shows that within the past 5 years I should probably own this. So I do own both of these shows on physical media. However, if I had to say which one of those sets I've opened up more recently, it's been SpongeBob. It just has. There were moments where I'm like, you know what? I'm in the mood to watch, I don't know, freaking Band Geeks or whatever the fuck. With Avatar: The Last Airbender, it's been... with Avatar: The Last Airbender,
I want to binge it. You know, I want to sit there and watch it completely. And I just don't have the time for that, but I have the time to watch like an 11-minute segment from SpongeBob. So
That's actually the only way I'll watch Avatar, is I'll watch it over a weekend.
Hey, future Mick.
Yeah?
Is Marc still alive in the future now?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Does it change?
Your vote is... I have a job to do. You're future Mick, you can vote.
Listen, democracy hasn't been a thing ever since the giant flesh monolith took over. All right,
is that a sore
way
spot?
too home for some people.
Is that a sore
That was a
spot?
pause for laughter. I apologize.
Oh, I heard nothing but silence, and I'm like,
Yeah, sorry.
Look, how do you react when someone tells you a giant flesh monster was going unleashing destruction? Do you laugh, or do you just mourn for the dead?
It's like Rocko's basilisk. If I laughed, then it would torture me for eternity.
that's true. That's true. But yeah, I agree with everything you guys have said about SpongeBob, because I too will be I definitely will be quoting it for years to come, no matter how much the violent unknown event disrupts society as we know it. But and I agree. If you ask me, do you want to throw on an episode of SpongeBob or do you want to throw on an episode of Avatar?
SpongeBob. He said the word wrong.
SpongeBob.
Listen.
Is that what they call in your future?
The English language has gone through some pronunciation changes.
Oh, really?
And, but yeah, the reason why you're way more likely to throw in an episode of SpongeBob instead of an episode of Avatar is because Avatar is a masterpiece that you don't just throw it on. You have to watch it because it's in the same way that I would, I'm not gonna throw on. You know what I'm in the mood for? I'll throw Stephen King's Shining on in the background. Yeah, that's something nice to relax. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you don't throw on a masterpiece for fun.
This party needs a little Grave of the Fireflies, if you know what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's like, oh, hey, you know what? I'm gonna play some Spec Ops: The Line. No Mario Party for me, thank you. And so that's why I'm voting for Avatar as probably the single greatest shows ever made.
The future show, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Clanky.
So here's the thing. I really love Avatar. It is a phenomenal show, but I think that SpongeBob is just more cemented in my brain. So the other day, one of my students came into a lesson and he said something and I said, "Oh, you poor thing." And then I stopped for a second and then I went, "By the way, you forgot your briefcase." And then I said, "So this is the thanks I get for working overtime." And then I said, "Overtime?" My student looked at me like I had 20 heads.
Is he also from Mixed Future?
Clearly not because Clanky, you haven't grown your 20th head yet, have you?
My 20th? No, I still only have the one.
All right. I guess you don't need to cut off one more to start the cycle.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't know where I was going with that. That's a vote for SpongeBob.
Yeah, I think
I tried to make a joke about a Hydra, and then as the pause happened, I was like, I didn't give enough information for that bit.
Oh, no. He slit his throat.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah, I'm dead now.
Taylor.
Well, no, he's part Hydra. It grows back.
Yeah.
What's the score?
It is 3-1 SpongeBob.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like, look, SpongeBob still is airing, and Avatar is this perfect bundle of nothing that overstays. It's I don't know. I don't need to give a whole speech. SpongeBob's great, and I probably actually, I don't know, maybe I like SpongeBob more, but SpongeBob's gonna do fine anyways. And Avatar is this perfect collection of 60 episodes that I just. How many times can I just repeat the sentence over and over again and not vote?
Go for a new record.
Avatar is this collection of 60 episodes.
Yeah.
Why male models?
I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Avatar is this collection of 60 episodes.
World record pace.
Time is repeating on itself.
By the way, I gotta
wrong.
say, I love the idea that Clanky is half Hydra. So instead of cutting his head off and 2 growing back, just 1 grows back.
One grows back.
It's not proportional.
Hey guys, you want to see a cool party trick?
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
I'm gonna vote for Avatar because it's a collection of 60 episodes.
Crazy.
If only Mario
Oh,
could
thank
follow
God
in
it
their
wasn't
footsteps.
59, or else I'll fucking hate it.
And then the Locusts will come.
All right. Well,
Holy mackerel, people.
coming up next on Nickelodeon, we're going to do this next one because I want to do it, and no one's going to tell me otherwise. We're going to do Drake and Josh versus My Life as a Teenage Robot. And if anyone has any complaints, you can take it with the hand. And you know what?
Yeah.
Don't you mean talk to the hands?
How about
The
Marc?
giant hand that flies overhead every day has shown up in this
Oh,
timeline.
yeah.
Woo.
As it's patrolling.
I love how
ASMR
Clanky doesn't
you
even know what we're referencing, but he nailed it.
He got it
Oh my God.
exactly correct.
Excellent.
Well, each new head births new intelligence.
True. All right,
Exactly.
Marc, between Drake
Two
and
heads are
Josh
better than one.
and My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Oh. Well, I mean, they're such similar shows, really. If I
Yeah.
had to, I'm gonna give it to Drake and Josh. I think Drake and Josh is the funnier of the 2 shows, while My Last Teenage Robot is fine. It's a fine show, but up for Josh and Josh.
Josh and Josh, please.
Josh and Josh.
Mick, are you voting for Josh, or Jones? I mean, sorry, why did I say that? I don't know why I said that.
What are you talking about? This is My Life as
My
a
Life
Teenage
as a
Robot, and
Teenage
that's the
Robot, not
protagonist, Jenny.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. I think I just had like a conniption. Mick.
Can't
Next
even
you're gonna tell me that
right
Clanky-
gives me conniptions. I'm voting for Drake and Josh.
Clanky.
Next.
Well, My Life as a Teenage Robot. It's been fun.
Taylor.
Clanky, now that you cut your head off, I'm just curious. Do you wear your hat backwards or forwards?
What a good question.
It's actually kind of crazy. The hat feels like it's welded to my head at this point.
You have to cut off the hat.
I just picture Tony Shalhoub in Men in Black. It just sort of like weasels its way, and the hat is just there.
It's a growth. Like that fucking chowder joke.
The hat's been vindicated, by the way. There are no birds in the future.
Oh.
Listen. Hang on, that's... Oh, so the birds aren't real guy had a point?
That's so good.
That is a 5-year gag,
I
people.
regret letting this bit go on.
I regret to say that I don't know where that hat is anymore.
No.
Tragedy upon tragedies.
I know.
This truly is the darkest timeline.
Yeah.
It was
I'll
stolen
find
by
it
the
eventually.
creature.
Right. And the locusts will come.
The thing I'm thinking of right now, right, is if Josh was here having this conversation with us, he'd be right at home because that's the kind of person Josh is. And the idea that Josh would sit here and fucking articulate the darkest timeline in such a way that's like, oh yes, because when I come from the future, the first thing I do is check if I'm wearing 2 eye patches. Just feels so right at home here, and he makes me feel comfortable and safe, so I'm voting for Josh.
Feels so
Drake
seen.
can go fuck himself.
And finally, Joshton.
It's Drake and Josh.
And Drake and Josh. Coming up next round is going to be Avatar: The Last Airbender versus Jimmy Neutron, the Last Boy Genius.
He's the last one, eh?
Bro, stop disabling ad blocker. You might be missing out on hot MILFs in your area. You guys know what I'm gonna send. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, I'm gonna send Jordan the image later
Will
to
hot
put it in.
milks in your area still exist in the future?
I'm afraid I cannot reveal that bit.
It's gonna be our worst bit. It's gonna be our worst.
All that
Showlies
changed
ever.
when the hot milfs attacked.
What was I doing? Oh yeah. Right.
Hercules.
Fuck no. What was I doing?
Australia.
Mark, that's the one.
I'm giving it to Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, okay.
Mick, does Mark exist in the future now?
Jesus.
What am I voting for?
Between Avatar and Jimmy Neutron.
Avatar, definitely. It's a masterpiece.
Clanky, I know you're muted for a second. I do not know if that means you are. Oh,
Sorry. No, I'm here. Sorry.
You're all okay?
I am voting for Avatar.
The head had to grow back in.
the head of cabbage, if you will. Taylor.
Yes.
I mean, Avatar's just this amazing collection of 60 episodes, and
Gotta be fucking kidding me.
what else is there to say? Yeah, I like Jimmy Neutron, but I love Avatar.
All right, so it's already kind of been decided, but I'm voting with the current anyway. Of the two, Avatar is the better show, and it's held up more, so I'm voting for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Boy, is my face red. It's just like...
I don't know. Maybe if Carl wasn't trying to fuck Jimmy's mom all the time, it would have had a better chance.
I don't think that's what it was. I'm gonna slowly fade away like Marty McFly, and then present Mick will wake back up.
Aha.
God.
Like nothing's changed.
All right. So, next up, I put this in the wrong spot, but next up, we are going to actually be doing Drake and Josh versus Avatar and The Last Airbender. Starting with... yes, this one is definitely still Mark.
Avatar. Are you crazy?
Mick.
Avatar.
Clanky.
Sorry, I was drawing fan art of the creature.
The creature.
I'm going to vote for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Taylor.
I'm pretty sure Drake and Josh is also like 60 episodes. Is the thing.
But it's not a perfect collection of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a haphazard collection.
I mean, you are right. Not every episode of Drake and Josh is a winner. Lest we forget, season 1, Drake. I think we've made this joke already.
Yeah.
But you know what, man? There's just something about like wanting to put on an episode of Drake and Josh that I don't feel like can be beat so easily. And you know, let me just consult my brain, make sure my assessment of timelines are correct.
I feel like I know what a Taylor in a different timeline would have voted.
Well, that's not relevant because this is the timeline we're in, and I'm not existing in any other timelines.
It's just a hunch, of course. Just a hunch.
I mean, Crocker is actually able to see into all timelines. It was one of his devices he used to take over Fairy World.
That
but he won't let
information
me use it.
must be incredibly taxing on the brain.
Yeah. Actually, he pulled out a second gun as soon as I said that. I'm going to vote for Drake and Josh, actually.
And finally, Jordan's. That's what I said. I said Jordan.
There's most of... Okay.
Really, I thought I could have sworn I heard you put an S at
It's Jordan's. The creature!
I'm just gonna say, Clanky. If I went to a parent-teacher conference and the teacher handed me this that my child had been drawing in school, I would panic.
That's the drawing.
Let's just say it's a good thing you're not my dad.
That's the drawing that the
yes.
kid in the really shitty paranormal horror movie draws.
I was about to say that's exactly what
It
it
looks
looks
like fucking.
Guys,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? That's the creature. That's what he looks
It's
like.
the creature, the locust.
All right.
The look.
It's already like 3-1 Avatar, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Oh God.
Be the other Josh.
No, I'm sorry. It's just going to take some time to realize. I'm I. Wow, nothing.
If you look inside,
I'm giving it. I'm actually. I'm gonna just give it to Drake and Josh because I want to make sure that it gets some love as it goes out.
Oh wait, it's dying?
Yeah. It fucking lost.
Drake!
I almost retconned the bracket again. Now we move on to the Fairly Odd Parents versus the SpongeBob SquarePants. Who will win and who will not? We start with Mick.
I would like to remind you of everything you said. Will you be quoting Fairly Odd Parents the same way you'll all be quoting SpongeBob in 90 years? Well, not 90 years, but you know what I mean.
This is where I put my award. If I have one.
So yeah, Spongebob.
Yeah.
Clanky.
I am also going to be voting for SpongeBob. I love that show.
Mr. Denzel Crocker.
Hell yeah.
SpongeBob.
Oh, he actually got my name correct. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Can I ask you, Crocker, are you real? Are you real enough to vote for SpongeBob?
Listen, I've hung out with SpongeBob. We went to the same places. I was with Josh at the time. SpongeBob came up, got a Coors Light. SpongeBob is actually a big alcoholic in real life.
So what you're telling me is there's collusion.
No collusion.
I demand a recount.
Listen, this impression of me was probably better in another timeline.
Oh, now you admit it's impression.
Well,
The truth comes out.
I can assure you, the
an
impression is
of
just
myself.
as good as it was.
Oh,
You
yes.
shut the fuck up, Mick.
Hey, no shenanigans.
Mick, he's got 2 guns. Don't mess with him.
Dude, relax. Anyways, I vote for the Fairly Odd Parents because I was in it.
Yeah.
Jordan.
These are the 2 shows that I watched the most on Nickelodeon as a kid. These were the things I raced to tune into. And although I was initially more of a Fairly Odd Parents person because that was the more substantial and less stupid show, I gotta say, more SpongeBob episodes hold up. More SpongeBob episodes are probably going to be preserved for the next however many years. And look, I don't know if I made this point already tonight. It's been a long night. But I would say that SpongeBob is our generation's Flintstones. Because there's people who grew up in the 60s that quote the Flintstones to this day, just like how we are quoting SpongeBob on an almost daily basis. And it's very much a part of the culture. So I'm giving my vote to SpongeBob SquarePants.
And it comes down to you, Marc.
Oh, Christian, like you, I'm sensing some deja vu because I think you said that in our timeline, Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Did you like it?
Well, fuck it.
There are an infinite amount of
But
timelines.
anyways. As for these 2 shows, I mean, listen, I have a good time with either of these shows, but if I had to say like which one's like arguably like, oh no, this actually deserves to win, I gotta give it to SpongeBob.
Yeah.
And
Wait, so what's the score?
3-2.
Who else voted for fairies?
Who did vote for fairies?
Did Crocker let me vote with him?
No. Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Who voted for fairies?
I think the rest of us
For
voted
the
for
fairies.
Spangro.
Did it win?
All right. If no one has any
Did you hate
objections,
it? What would
speak.
you rate it?
Just speak up
There's
for
only
forever. Hold
one
your
logical
peace.
There's only one logical explanation from this. Mick
Thanks.
went
Thanks.
back in time and corralled the time-space continuum with the help of his fairy godparents.
I think I'm dealing from time sickness. Here we go.
God.
All right. Now, for the penultimate round of the Nickelodeon Showlies. Fairly Odd Parents versus Avatar. Mick, you start.
Okay,
Avatar. Avatar is a self-contained masterpiece and does not overstay its welcome. unlike some other shows I could talk about.
Well, Mick,
Like
the question
SpongeBob.
remains: is it 60
Well.
episodes?
Yeah, it's 60 perfect self-contained episodes.
Yeah. I feel like I've heard that before tonight.
I don't know. Probably a different timeline. Clanky.
I'm voting for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Crocker.
What's happening? No, I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to go. Ferris! I'll give everyone who doesn't vote for Ferris an F.
You know what? You gotta listen to him. He'll do it. Jordan.
Oh, what about the super F if I have to?
I'm not afraid of that. Look, in hearing what Mick had to say earlier about how the timeline sort of shifted and went in different ways, I have this fainted memory of just a splinter of another universe where I was in this exact same situation and I made a decision. And I think that decision might have put us off on a different course that led to Mick coming back here. So I'm gonna make things right. Avatar: The Last Airbender.
And Marc for posterity.
Oh, I was gonna go with Avatar, man.
Oh, Jesus, wow. I mean, look, I gotta agree with Jordan. I just got that fucking flashback again. I don't know, I feel weird.
Yeah.
Listen.
Ooh, I die in every timeline. Yeah, get out of here. Crocker's gone.
I like to imagine, like, as he said that, he just disintegrated.
He got fucking flogged. It's over.
Flogged?
Oh no.
That's a
The
TF2
Locusts got him.
verb.
The Locusts.
My work here is almost done. I can feel it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, future Mick, let's hope you can return to your time with good tidings, for we've reached the last round. Avatar: The Last Airbender versus Spongebob SquarePants. Since your entire future is riding on this, Mick, I'm gonna let you go first.
Actually, if the entire future is riding on him, he should go last.
Good point, Clanky.
I can respect that.
We haven't had this vote. Oh no, we have had this vote, and I voted for SpongeBob, so I'll do that.
Wait, what do you do?
Have we ever had a Wario game on this bracket?
Why male models?
Clanky, I'm sorry, I laughed over you. What did you vote?
No, I voted for SpongeBob.
Taylor.
What's so funny?
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, you're just a funny guy.
That's just how I speak.
Just a funny guy.
It's so weird because SpongeBob is objectively higher on my bracket, and like Avatar is just this perfect.
60.
The thing about Avatar is that last episode is 40 minutes, so it's technically 61 episodes.
Oh.
All right, get it off the bracket.
But you take out the one with the Great Divide, and it's basically 60 again.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, if you erased all but 60 episodes of SpongeBob, then it would be a perfect self-contained 60 episode series.
If you erased everything they did after 2003, then yeah, it'd be pretty much 60.
SpongeBob, the first four, like it's like the longer SpongeBob goes on, the worse it gets, and but I'm so nostalgic for those first handful of seasons, and I love it, and I quote it all the time. And I voted for Fairly Odd Parents over Avatar, so I feel like I also have to vote for SpongeBob over Avatar, because even though I just voted for Avatar over SpongeBob, and I probably in another timeline voted for
SpongeBob, your final vote?
No, it's Avatar.
Okay. We're still in it. Jordan.
No, I just like, you know what? I just like the story of Avatar more. The payoff is just all worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
true.
great payoff.
It has payoff.
Okay. We're about to get fucking serious. So, I would say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong when you vote, Marc, that my 20-year-long friendship with the gentleman that's voting after me was forged by a love of 2 or 3 shows. One isn't really a show at all, one of which is the Looney Tunes cartoons. The other is SpongeBob SquarePants, and I know that because he and I helped concoct a list of our like top 50 or so favorite episodes, and this was a highly
shit
thing in like 3rd or 4th grade.
You have my attention.
Like we have been waiting. Yeah. This list is more than any of the other lists I've made with any of y'all, and which is crazy when you think about it, because it's all sort of led to this moment. But
you don't need to say any more, buddy.
We've been talking about our faves in SpongeBob for like 19 years, and to this day we will still make SpongeBob references. And SpongeBob has been like the key to a lot of my other friendships with people. It is the universal reference where I can just say a line or say a quote or something or say a gag and they'd get it. It's probably the most important animated show of its era, which is weird considering that it's a really silly, stupid, irreverent show about a sponge that lives under the sea and probably has some queer tendencies. No, I'm not going to say that out loud. But
SpongeBob has a QWERTY keyboard. I heard you.
Yes, so true.
Yeah. I am voting
stenography in my future.
And I know it is the cliche, but with much love and respect to the wonderful Avatar: The Last Airbender, I am voting for SpongeBob SquarePants.
It was great until all the keyboards were taken away by the creature.
No. All the keyboards are fine. Just the QWERTY ones are gone.
Oh, okay. The creature is pretty specific as to which keys it takes. Mark.
The creature's demands. And you do not disagree with the creature. And then the locusts will come.
The locusts will come. This is Mark.
Jesus.
We really painted the worst
Well,
future.
first of all, Jordan, that's a very touching story. That's such a backhanded compliment. No, but seriously.
Yeah, nice story, I guess. Anyway.
Thanks for including me in your tragic fucking backstory, I guess.
This will be Mark's last Filmlies, ladies and gentlemen.
This isn't even a Filmlies.
Showlies.
When Mark's head gets cut off, it does not grow back.
How do you know that?
Well, but fortunately, if Clanky cuts off his head again, Mark's will grow onto his.
What?
Oh, great. Okay.
But I don't know the logic. Mark, explain.
Mark doesn't know. Listen, when Crocker died, he left behind his timeline device, so I know all the answers now.
Fantastic.
Remember, it is illegal.
I'm voting for SpongeBob. I don't know why I even began with that. I'm voting for SpongeBob.
Well, yeah. Mick, how are you gonna explain this to the future?
Because
everything's going according to plan.
Listen, Jordan, you absolutely got this. Literally within the last week, I've now realized that Jordan remembers a lot of our childhood than I thought. Like a lot of it. So I'm like, oh, yeah, we did do that. Yeah.
Core memories, dude.
Yeah. Shit.
That does kind of remind me of the beginning of the Showlies when we were talking about George Lopez, and Clanky was like, yeah, Chris was back in high school. You did a biography on George Lopez. And I was like, what are you talking about? I never did this.
It was quite I got this.
What you did.
I have no memory.
We had to make a fucking biography based on the biographies that were in our school library. And you chose George Lopez because of that stupid fucking joke from Game Grumps where they named their Lopez Georg Lopez.
Oh my god.
Christian's a Game Grumps fan?
That was back when they did Pokemon Emerald and they named their Lopez Georg Lopez.
Yup.
Georg Lopez.
Holy shit.
I will never let you live this down.
Well, now I remember. now I remember this. Anyway,
he
Mick,
remembers, so you don't have to.
Yeah, it's true.
He remembers because he has to.
Future Mick. Does a nostalgia critic live on the future? Please tell me no.
I mentioned the flesh monolith already.
And just like the real Doug Walker, the flesh monolith got no laughs.
The flesh monolith. Yeah. Hello, I'm the flesh monolith. I remember it because only I can. Mick is here.
Would you like some Doritos?
Mick, end this madness, please. Go back to your timeline. Fix us.
With much love and respect to Spongebob, I'm voting for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
And so it ends.
Wow.
What one? I don't even know.
The winner is SpongeBob Squarepants is the winner.
I like at the end of all our brackets we have like a little solitaire, all of the fucking.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think
This is about to
Alright,
break.
I think it's working. I'm going back. I'll give your best to the Locusts. Do not worry.
Reconcile with the creature.
The timeline isn't fixed. I am going back.
Tell the creature I said hi.
He popped.
Oh, so when I said he was going to pop off, that's not what I meant.
How long until you think present Mick is going to wake up?
Oh, you have to say the activation phrase.
Ow,
Wishes.
my head.
Hi,
Leetle,
Squidward.
I was thinking the same thing.
So do you want to? Are we going to continue with the bracket or?
Bracket's over, Mick.
Yeah,
I'll
actually,
play us off.
If you
Play
take a
us
look
out.
at the bracket, you'll see where we left off, actually.
Ow!
Here, guys, Nick's been through a lot. He can play us out, right?
Yeah, he can play us out, yeah.
So I hope you all enjoyed whatever this was. Is there a locust in my room?
They come.
I almost said something.
Watch more videos.
Yeah. Yearlies. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
It's Showlies. It's okay.
Well, either way.
Whatever.
It's the channel's called the Yearlies, so it's like, can we stop, please? I don't want to look at Patrick's open giant mouth over and over again.
I want to see that starfish's tonsils.
If I zoom this in anymore, my CPU's gonna catch on fire.
Okay.
Is it the risk
hang
you're
on.
willing to take, laddie?
Guys, I think we need to make a new rule. We're not using this sort of fucking browser Photoshop or whatever the fuck this is. Are you guys familiar with Challenge? I think we should use that from now on. We need to make a change.
Yeah.
I'll have to look
Alright.
into it a little bit. We'll have to see what we can do.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed this episode of the Nick Showlies. If you enjoyed the video, please like. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring that bell so that YouTube is forced to let you know when we upload a new video. Goodbye, everyone.
Christian, please stop.